The nights are getting longer, the fog is rolling in, and that shadow in the corner of your room is getting denser. Miasma weighs heavy in the air like perfume from an unseen censer, carried along the wind by the growing choir of whispers. Hello and good evening to all of my lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers. I hope you are having a fantastic Wednesday night. I know I am because I'm here spending it with you. I am your host, Raven Anarchy, and I hope you are taking time to take care of yourself as it is oh so important to do so. The season of ghouls and gas is upon us, and as the veil is thinning, I can't help but wonder what will crawl through this year. To appease these maliceful spirits, you must disguise yourselves, cast your own veil of monstrous mannerisms. Otherwise, you may be mistaken for a holiday treat. I don't have to worry about such things, so if you need a safe place to hide from those miscreants, you've come to the right place. Welcome, and good evening.
Hi everyone. Hello, good evening, hello. Hi. Oh my god, hi Moobler, I see you lurking.
My lurkers deserve a lot of love right now. You're getting done dirty and I'm upset about it. I'm very upset about it. It's weird. So extra appreciation to the lurkers today. It's kind of fun. Stream Avatars doesn't obey the same bullshit rules, so I can actually see who's hanging out with us in chat very easily. Even if you're lurking, my special eyes can see your ghastly forms. But welcome in, everyone.
I do hope you're well. I hope you liked the intro. I wrote that right before stream.
I'm trying to challenge myself a little bit more to do fun stuff like that and just write in general, you know. No better time of the year to write than right now, honestly. But also happy Wednesday, everyone. I apologize for flaking yesterday. That was not intentional. Not intentional. Yeah, not yesterday. Monday. I took a nap. Because I was really tired. And I thought maybe it would just be a little snoozle. I laid down at 5 and I got up at like 8:30. It was terrible. I didn't even feel better afterwards. I was so mad. I was still just so tired. I stayed up like a little bit to do something, and then I just went right back to bed. It was terrible. It was terrible. There is no greater feeling of betrayal than when a nap doesn't turn out the way that you want it to. It's so messed up. Oh yeah, for our music tonight, we are listening to Halloween Lo-Fi 5 from Dated. Or, if you've been with us when we've played that really spooky Stardew Valley looking game, welcome to Elderfield, there's also the guy who does that. I love this guy. He has fantastic playlist composition, and is also just a great composer himself, so give some love to him. Spooky vibes all year round. I do hope that everybody also had a good weekend. I don't remember what I did. I don't think I did anything. Regardless to how much I like this time of the year, I'm being a little bit bad about taking care of myself, and I'm just kind of lazing about a lot. Lazing about in general is fine, just, the amount has not been desirable. It has not been desirable at all. Very frustrating. But hopefully I'll get that balanced out soon. I do get to order groceries tomorrow, so I'm very excited to get something cool. Krusnik did get me cake today, which I'm going to save for after stream. all that sugar and everything might not be best for the story we're going to be reading tonight. In case you didn't read the title or the category, we are returning after a very long hiatus to a nice read stream. We haven't done one of these in a hot minute. I'm very excited. Tonight on the agenda, it is The Color Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft. We started reading this at one point, but I didn't finish it. It is 40 pages in total. Hold on, let me see. Is it... Where is... I forgot what the word count is. So this might be a little bit of a juggernaut for me, because it's been a minute since we've done anything like this. So, good luck to us. I'm waiting for my tea to cool down before we actually get started. I got really nervous and I may have over-warmed up my voice a little bit. Just by a little bit. Where? Tools? Word count. There it is. Okay. 12,200. Well then. Well then. I can't wait to get started. I'm gonna try to marathon this. I'm gonna try to go all the way through, start to finish. We shall see how that goes. No, still too hot. I feel bad being in the reading and writing category if I'm just yapping to all of you. But I have a feeling, just like the ASMR category and honest to God every other category on Twitch, the idea is to have more yapping than anything else. So, my warden jumps on my keyboard. I'm sorry, I popped that. I saw that pop up, but it just... I'm so happy that Cornflake is pestering you. I wanted like the lightest word that I could think of. I'm glad that she's pestering you. That makes me happy. Welcome in, Nicholas. Hope you're having a good night, man. Precious little Cornflake. I hope she bites your toes while you're trying to sleep. We're gonna get into reading very soon. I gotta wait for my tea to cool down. My voice is having trouble. No, if Cornflake typed something, it would probably look more like that. It would probably look more like that. Unless she just like sits down on like the one key and that's all she does, then it would just be like, oh, I hit a wrong combination of buttons, but we're okay. I hit exactly the wrong combination of buttons. Then pet her! Don't make her strain her eyes. What are you doing? Love her. Do it. Do it. I'm on the side of the cats always, as if there should be any question about that. Did anything cool happen this weekend? I got just like a bunch of random little announcement things that I was excited for, but I don't know if anybody else gives a shit. That's the best side to be on. Amen. Exactly. I will be preserved when the kitties reclaimed the earth. Little did we know they were the meek all along. I mostly just got like fun little horror game trailers, but it's all like little stuff that I'm just specifically excited about. We got another trailer for They Are Here, the alien abduction horror game. Oh my god, I can't wait. I can't wait. Joy? Every day. What do you mean not your streamer? What do you mean not your streamer? I find joy in the fact that I live in a nebulous void. I am ever the optimist. You won't take it from me. You won't take it from me! It's soup season. I have so many things to be happy about. There might be somebody living in my backyard, which is a really fun thing to find out at the beginning of spooky month, but I was trying to think of like very like literal things in my life that I'm happy about. It's mostly just that it's the time of year that I like the most. And then I thought about something that actually happened a couple of days ago. I was just kind of chilling in my office. I peek up, I look out my window for a second. Mind you, I'm in my jams. I'm in my jammies. I'm not expecting anybody to be able to see through this window. Some guy just like fucking walked through my backyard at like 10 a.m. on a weekday. He definitely like crossed through this weird little alley that's at the back of the yard because it's like the intersection, I guess, of like a bunch of different properties or something. I don't know, but he definitely came through there and then just like walked through my yard, then out the gate leading to the front. And then by the time I got up to look outside, he was just gone. It was terrifying. Very confused. I texted Cruisenick and I was just like, ha 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 ha, I have no idea what to do. Help. Cornflake, baby!
Oh, wait. It looks like her spots are tappy in that one. No, okay, they are. That is cornflake. Oh my god, baby! Baby!
I should have opened that on the computer instead of just my phone. I guess we can hop over. There's not really necessarily anything wrong with just yakking here for a minute while I get settled in. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday. For the people who weren't here at the start, do you guys want to hear my intro again? I worked really hard on it. I wrote it in the 10 minutes I had before stream. I could read it again. Alright. Hold on. I'll get it. I feel bad doing anything at the start. Like, I'm sure that there are some people who haven't, like, watched the VODs or anything, or just skip through, like, the intro of it. I've always had a little intro that I've done. I've had it for the entire 5 years that I've been streaming. But I have a feeling that there are some people who have just never heard it, which is that kind of makes me sad to think about. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anyway, okay, hold on. Oh, I gotta update my tracking thing. I'm all over the place. Weird. Okay. Are you ready? The nights are getting longer. The fog is rolling in, and that shadow in the corner of your room is getting denser. Miasma weighs heavy in the air like perfume from an unseen censer, carried along the wind by the growing choir of whispers. I read it perfectly the first time, because of fucking course I did. Hello and good evening to all of my lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers. I hope you are having a fantastic Wednesday. I almost said Monday. Wednesday night. I know I am because I'm here spending it with you. I am your host, Raven Anarchy, and I hope you are taking time to take care of yourself, as it is oh so important to do so. The season of ghouls and gas is upon us, and as the veil is thinning, I can't help but wonder what will crawl through this year. To appease these maliceful spirits, you must disguise yourselves. Cast your own veil of monstrous mannerisms. Otherwise, you may be mistaken for a holiday treat. I don't have to worry about such things, so if you need a safe place to hide from those miscreants, you've come to the right place.
See, it's all like cute and spooky like an old radio show.
I think it turned out great. I think it turned out great. Now to write 700 million more of those so I can do that every day for the rest of my life. That's all I could ever want. Honestly. Honestly. As I wish I had had a little bit more time to work on one other thing, but that's fine. I got really distracted, actually. One of the reasons my tea is not cool enough to actually, like, drink at the moment is because I just sat here writing that and completely, like, tuned out how long it took me, and I looked down and I'm like, oh god, I gotta press live! It was really funny to me. It was really funny to me, and I just... it happens almost every time where I just end up, like, rushing back and forth for, like, the first 10 minutes of stream while the timer counts down from 5 minutes. It's like, oh, we'll get started in 5 minutes. 10 minutes later. I'm terrible about it. I'm terrible about it. Okay, so my tea tag has a quote on the back of it. The plants have enough spirit to transform our limited vision. One, that sounds like you're talking about psilocybin. I literally reversed that word. Oh my god. But also the quote is attributed to somebody named Rosemary Gladstar, which is absolutely the most plants have spirit psilocybin loving name I've ever fucking heard in my life. Oh my god. Rosemary. Rosemary Gladstar. That's like an obnoxious level of hippie shit. Oh my god. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna check something. Dang it, my board's not working either. Heck. Damn. Everything else is working, though. That's so weird. That's so weird. I don't know why my board got disconnected. I probably have to update something. I don't want to do that right now. Let me see if one thing in particular works. What was... I don't even know how I would fix this if I fuck this up, actually. One moment. Achoo. Nope, that didn't work. Achoo. Nope, that didn't work either. Nothing's connected. Fuck, okay. Never mind. My board doesn't work today. Fuck, that sucks. Wait, no, the other one I can try. Okay, thank God. Okay, thank God, the voices are working. The voices and the sounds are working. Nothing else, though. Fuck. I guess that's fine. I have a special button on there. I have a special button on there in the event that everything goes horribly, horribly wrong. Only half of it is going to work in the event that something goes horribly, horribly wrong. Which is so unfortunate. Okay. Tea is good. Let's chug some water. And then we got a story to read. I am keeping my eye tuned to one thing in particular. Depending on how I feel and how long the stream actually does take us tonight, we might... Oh man. I was hoping there was going to be something else from Rosswood. I usually post by this time in the day, but they haven't. Curses. Curses. Alright. Is everybody ready? I'm very hyped for this, and I'm allowed to be. Tonight, we are reading The Color Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft. I'm gonna try to get all the way through. I don't have as many, like, sound effects or anything really cool that I can add to this either, unfortunately, but we'll try to get through the whole thing in one go. Maybe taking a break every like 10-ish pages. I think that'll be a good way to go about it, personally. Also, welcome back from the ads. If you actually experienced any. Who knows? Who knows? So without further ado... Actually, get over here. Get over here. You can be nice and up close. Alright. Are you ready? West of Arkham, the hills rise wild, and there are valleys with deep woods that no axe has ever cut. There are dark, narrow glens where the trees slope fantastically, and where thin brooklets trinkle without ever having caught the glint of sunlight. On the gentler slopes there are farms, ancient and rocky, with squat moss-coated cottages brooding eternally over old New England secrets in the lieu of grand ledges. But these are all vacant now, the wide chimneys crumbling and the shingle sides bulging perilously beneath low, gambled roofs. Actually, wait, do you guys want to be able to... I didn't think about it, and I have it open in, like, a different way. Wait. I didn't even think about it. Do you guys want to be able to read along? I don't know if that's gonna work, actually. I don't know if that's gonna work, actually. I guess we can see. I guess we can see. Nope. 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 I gotta turn down my bloom. I gotta turn down my bloom. Somebody remember it's on 30. Cool. Alright. That works. I think. Can you actually read any of that? I'd have to make it bold. I'd have to make it emboldened. That's fine. That's fine. I think we could work with that. I usually put the H.P. Lovecraft stories that I find into a document so I can make the text formatted easier to read. Alright, anyway. The old folk who have gone away, and foreigners, do not like to travel there. French Canadians have tried it, Italians have tried it, Polish people have come and departed. It is not because of anything that can be seen or heard or handled, but because of something that is imagined. The place is not good for the imagination, and does not bring restful dreams at night. It must be this which keeps the foreigners away, for old Ammy Pierce has never told them of anything he recalls from the strange days. Ammy, whose head has been a little queer for years, is the only one who still remains, or whoever talks of the strange days. And he dares to do this because his house is so near the open fields, the traveled roads in Arkham. There was once a road over the hills and through the valleys that ran straight where the blasted heath is now, but people ceased to use it, and the new road was laid curving far toward the south. Traces of the old one can still be found amidst the weeds of a returning wilderness, and some of them will doubtless linger even when half of the hollows are flooded for the new reservoir. When the dark woods will cut down and the blasted heath will slumber far below blue waters whose surface will mirror the sky and ripple into the sun. And the secrets of the strange days will be one with the deep secrets, one with the hidden lore of old ocean, and all the mystery of primal earth. When I went into the hills and vales to survey for the new reservoir, they told me the place was evil. They told me of this Arkham, and because that is a very old town full of witch legends, I thought the evil must be something with which grandmas had whispered to children through the centuries. The name Blasted Heath seemed to be very odd and theatrical, and I wondered how it had come into the folklore of a Puritan people. When I saw that dark westward tangle of glens and slopes for myself, I ceased to wonder at anything besides its own elder mystery. It was morning when I saw it, but shadow lurked, always there. I'm sorry, I have to laugh at how I misread stuff sometimes. It just lurked always came out as awawa. It was morning when I saw it. Wait. Nope, I skipped a line, sorry. The trees grew too thickly, and their trunks were too big for any healthy New England wood. There was too much silence in the dim alleys between them, and the floor was too soft with the dank moss and mattings of infinite years of decay. In the open spaces, mostly along the line of the old road, there were little hillside farms, sometimes with all the buildings standing, sometimes with only one or two, and sometimes with only a lone chimney or fast-filling cellar. Weeds and briars reigned, and fruitive wild things rustled in the undergrowth. Upon everything was a haze of restlessness and oppression, a touch of unreal and grotesque, as if some vital element of perceptive... Wait. Lovecraft? How do I say that word? Herbert, how do I say that word? Oh, god damn it, I wish I could just search. That makes my life 1,000 times easier. Crusoe?
Chiaroscuro.
Chiaroscuro. Sorry. Chiaroscuro. The treatment of light and shade in drawing and painting. As if some vital element of perspective or cara curso were awry, so the shadows don't make sense. Okay. Sorry, the robot voice always hurts my ears. There's a weird quality to it that I don't like. I don't know why. I am not a clanker. I'm not here for the bot booties. Man, I am rusty. I am so rusty. I did not wonder that the foreigners would not stay, for this was no region to sleep in. It was too much like a landscape of Salvator Rosa, too much like some forbidden woodcut in a tale of terror. But even all this was not so bad as the blasted heath. I knew it the moment I came upon it, and at the bottom of a spacious valley. For no other name could fit such a thing, or any other thing fit such a name. It was as if the poet had coined the phrase from having seen this one particular region. It must, I thought, as I viewed it, be the outcome of a fire. But why had nothing new ever grown over those 5 acres of gray desolation that sprawled open to the sky like great spot eaten by acid in the woods and the fields? It lay largely to the north of the ancient road line, but encroached a little onto the other side. I felt an odd reluctance about approaching, and did so at last only because my business took me through and past it. There was no vegetation of any kind on that broad expanse, but only a fine gray dust or ash which no wind seemed to ever blow out. The trees near it were sickly and stunted, and many dead trunks stood or lay rotting at the rim. As I hurried by, I saw the tumbled bricks and stone of old chimney and cellar on my right, and the yawning black maw of abandoned well whose stagnant vapors played strange tricks with the hues of the sunlight. Even the long, dark woodland climb beyond seemed welcome in contrast, and I marveled no more at the frightened whispers of Arkham people. There had been no house or ruin near. Even in the old days this place must have been lonely and remote, and at twilight, dreading to repass that ominous spot, I walked circuitously to repass back to the town by the curving road on the south. I vaguely wished some clouds would gather, for an odd timidity about the deep sky voids above had crept into my soul. In the evening, I asked old people in Arkham about the blasted heath, and what was meant by that phrase, strange days, which so many evasively muttered. I could not, however, get any good answers, except that all the mystery was much more recent than I had dreamed. It was not a matter of old legendary at all, but something within a lifetime of those who spoke. It had happened in the 80s, and a family had disappeared or was killed. Speakers would not be exact, and because they all told me to pay no attention to old Ami Pierce's crazy tales, I sought him out the next morning, having heard that he lived alone in the ancient tottering cottage where the trees first begin to get very thick. I don't know why I said it like that, but alright. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm going to slightly adjust the mic situation real quick. I'm a freak about it. I saw somebody literally living my microphone dream this weekend. It was so cool. It was so cool. I'm not jealous or envious or anything. I just think they're very cool, and I look up to the work that they do. And so I was also very impressed by the microphone management. There we go. That's better. That's better. That scratches the itch in my brain. And, sorry, one more thing. For the sake of aesthetics, because I care about that kind of thing. Nope. I want to put it in its own little window. But I think doing that would be ideal. And then shortening that. And then again, because I can do something that's very cute. So with the lobotomy tools... No spoilers! No spoilers! I didn't know that there'd be a lobotomy! Man, that game is perfect. I don't care what anybody says. Nope. I don't care what anybody says. That game is perfect. Perfect for me and all the girlies who are still obsessed with lobotomy core. Hell yeah, girlies, let's get it. Every day. Oh, that looks really cute. Now I just need an actual, background for it. So if I do that, and then... Wait, I've got it. You have no idea how perfect this is gonna be. Auntie, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely night. I said we were going to take a break every 10 pages, and then I had the idea to decorate stream because I can. You trying to catch that star? Good luck. Ooh. You guys want a moody little area, don't you? You want something moody. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Everybody wants moody. Oh, that looks cute too. God damn it. That looks adorable. Why is everything so cute? I love my aesthetics. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it like that, which kind of hides the sun a little bit, or it hides the moon a little bit, but you can see the stars. I'll accept it. If you can see the moon, I'm happy. Perfect. It's adorable. Past the threshold of midnight here, so it's officially a bird. Happy birthday,
Auntie! The big 3-3. Oh my gosh! Happy birthday, Auntie! It's so good that you're still with us. You've made it around the sun so many times. And you're kicking ass. That's awesome. I wish I had a little piece of cake to give you. I just have cake for myself. And no, it's mine. It was bought specifically for me. You have to fight the painters. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, God, that's right. Auntie, you're going on an expedition for your birthday. I hope you're excited about that. I hope you're excited. You're gonna encounter crazy horrors and creatures that talk funny. I like those little guys. They're really cute, actually. Alright. Alright. I mean, but my back is undecided. That's how it is for the entire human race. We just developed bad. Don't feel bad about it. It's not your fault. Evolution fucked on this one. Yippee! It's not my fault. Anyway, sorry. I'm trying to stay on task. Otherwise, you guys know I'm gonna yap at you for ever and ever. Give me a robo spine. I would if I could. That's not my expertise. I can infuse your spine with an otherworldly ichor and see what happens. You want to see what happens? We can see what happens. I feel the same as when I was 21, with significantly less drinking. Oh my god, amen though. Amen though. I'm really glad that there's a lot less drinking. I'm gonna say I'm like 20. I think there's a lot of us in like, because I'm gonna be turning 30 in April. I think there's a lot of us in like the late 20s to like early 30s kind of area. There's a lot of people that just still feel like teenagers. I think because we had a lot of self-actualization when we were teenagers, like we just kind of found out generally the type of people that we are, and we just refined that over time. Don't ask me why. I think part of it has to do with being a little bit gay. I think when you're gay, you find out, like, a lot of things about yourself as a teenager that other people might not really give all that much about, like, especially, like, self-expression and that kind of thing, so, but I think we all still feel like teenagers because the world doesn't actually trust us to be adults, which is annoying more than anything else. It's really annoying. I want money to spend on things. I like things. There's a bunch of really cute Silent Hill Netoroids that I want, and I'm kind of losing my mind because I found places where they're all in stock currently. I could have the entire collection. If only somebody would give me an exorbitant amount of money for absolutely nothing in return. Oh no! I forgot to set my wallpaper to loop. Loop! There you go. Perfect. Okay, we're good. We're good. Sorry. I'm also feeling silly lately, so I'm going to be very easily distracted. And keep that useful spirit so seem great. I think that's the best way to do it, but I also think that, like, being an adult is not about casting away everything about you that you had as a child. It's about that refining. There's a quote that I really like, and it's something along the lines of, the child hears the phrase, "the world is not fair," and says, "so make it be." And that's what I associate with, like, childlike thinking, is that there isn't that, like, the gross jadedness that just sees misfortune happen and doesn't care, doesn't engage, or doesn't even at the very least feel something for the fact that other people are suffering or that their own life could be better, you know? If I spend money, I should. Amen. I like shopping therapy personally. It's very good for me. I am very good with my money overall, I think. I've just been poor for a very long time. So you know those kind of like those years that you're supposed to be like building up the stuff that you have, and yeah, I didn't get that. I didn't get that at all. So I gotta buy, like, a lot of basic things. I gotta buy, like, curtain rods still. I still don't have curtain rods for all the windows in my house. That's, like, a basic thing. Especially considering the fact that there are people who are just using my backyard as an alleyway. I'd really like to put up curtains on all of the windows in my house now, please and thank you. I do think our generation onwards are better at calling out shit rather than... Exactly. I think so too. I think so too. We've broken away again from that idea of just like that childlike thinking of just make the world fair. Like, why the fuck isn't it? You know? It's just like, oh, everything has to be unfair because the shareholders have to make money. Like, I know your fucking game and I don't want to play it. I don't. I refuse. All of you tiny-faced, stinky politicos. You suck. You all suck. You're all bad at your job. If I was ever as bad at my job as they are at theirs, I would have been fucking court-martialed. Sorry. I hate Monopoly too. Me too. I like throwing fake money on people. That's always really fun. I'm not allowed to play Monopoly anymore. God, sorry. Fuck. I wanna be a little chatterbox with everybody. But I'm here to read a story and be spooky. Where were we? We were in the middle of the paragraph here, I think. Strange days. Thick. That was the last word I read. Yep, okay, I found it. I found it. It was a fearsomely archaic place and had begun to exude the faint miasmal odor which clings about houses that have stood for too long. Only with persistent knocking could I rouse the aged man, and when he shuffled timidly to the door, I could tell he was not glad to see me. He was not so feeble as I had expected, but his eyes drooped in a curious way, and his unkempt clothing and white beard made him seem very warm and dismal. Not knowing just how he could best be launched on his tales, I feigned a matter of business, told him of my survey, and asked vague questions about the district. He was far brighter and more educated than I had been led to think, and before I knew it, had grasped quite as much of the subject as any man I had talked with in Arkham. He was not like the other rustics I had known in the sections where reservoirs were to be. From him there were no protests at the miles of old road and farmland to be blotted out, though perhaps there would have been had not his home laid outside the bounds of the future lake. Relief was all that he showed. I'm just gonna say showed. Relief was all that he showed. Relief at the doom of the dark, ancient valleys through which he had roamed all his life. There were better underwater better underwater since the strange days, and with this opening his husky voice sank low, while his body leaned forward and his right forefinger began to point shakily and impressively. It was then that I heard the story, and as the rambling voice scraped and whispered on shivered again and again despite the summer day, often I had to recall the speaker from ramblings, piece out scientific points which he knew only by a fading parrot memory of professors' talk, or bridge over gaps where his sense of logic and continuity broke down. When he was done, I did not wonder that his mind had snapped a trifle, or that the folk of Arkham would not speak much of the blasted heath. I hurried back before sunset to my hotel, unwilling to have the stars come out above me in the open, and the next day returned to Boston to give up my position. I could not go into that dim chaos of old forest and slope again, or face another time that gray blasted heath where the black well yawned deep beside the tumbled bricks and stones. The reservoir will soon be built now, and all those elder secrets will be safe forever under watery fathoms. But even then I do not believe I would like to visit that country by night, at least. Not when the sinister stars are out, and nothing could bribe me to drink the new city water of Arkham. Oh, it's so spooky. Oh, it's so spooky. Oh, wait, I gotta reassume the old Ami position lurched forward, creepy hand outstretched. Deep, menacing gravel. It all began, old Ami said, with a meteorite. Before that time, there had been no wild legends at all since the witch trials, and even in these western woods were not feared half so much as the small island in the Miskatonic, where the devil held court beside a curious stone altar, older than the natives. These were not haunted woods, and their fantastic dusk was never terrible till the strange days. Then there had come that white noontide cloud, that stirring of explosions in the air, that pillar of smoke from the valley far in the wood. And by night all Arkham had heard of the great rock that fell out of the sky and embedded itself in the ground beside the well at the Newham Gardner place. That was the house which had stood there, where the blasted heath was to come, the trim, white Newham Gardner house amidst its fertile gardens and orchards. Nahum had come to town to tell people about the stone and had stopped in at Ami Pierce's on the way. Ami was 40 then, and all the queer things were fixed very strongly in his mind. He and his wife had gone with the 3 professors from Miskatonic University, who'd hastened out the next morning to see the weird visitor from the unknown stellar space, and had wondered why Newham had called it so large the day before. It had shrunk, Newham said as he pointed out the big brownish mound above the ripped earth and charred grass near the archaic well sweep in his front yard. But the wise men answered that stones do not shrink. Its heat lingered persistently, and Nahum declared it had glowed faintly in the night. The professors tried it with geologist's hammer and found it to be oddly soft. It was, in truth, so soft as to be almost plastic. And they gouged further than shipped a specimen to take back to the college for testing. They took it in an old pail borrowed from Nahum's kitchen, for even that small piece refused to grow cool. On the trip back, they stood at Ami's to rest and seemed thoughtful when Mrs. Pierce remarked that the fragment was growing smaller and burning the bottom of the pail. Truly, it was not large, but perhaps it had taken less than they thought. The day after that, all this was in June of '82, the professors had trooped out again in a great excitement. As they passed Ami's, they told him what queer things the specimens had done, and how it had faded wholly away when they put it in a glass beaker. The beaker had gone too. The wise men talked of the strange stone's affinity for silicon. It had acted quite unbelievably in that well-ordered laboratory, doing nothing at all and showing no occluded gases when heated on charcoal, being wholly negative in the borax bead, soon proving itself absolutely non-volatile at any producible temperature, including that of the oxyhydrogen blowpipe. On an anvil it appeared highly malleable, and in the dark its luminosity was very marked. Stubbornly refusing to grow cold, it soon had the college in a state of real excitement, and when upon heating before the spectroscope, it described shining bands unlike any known colors of the normal spectrum. There was much breathlessness, talk of new elements, bizarre optical properties, and other things which puzzled men of science are wont to say when faced by the unknown. Is it just a part of the show that I sip my tea really obnoxiously, or am I the only one who finds it funny? I might be the only one that finds it funny, and you know what? I'm okay with that. What page are we on? Oh, God. Oh, God, Lovecraft writes dense. Alright. I can do this. It's a little bit of a juggernaut, but it'll be fine. Hot as it was, they tested it in a crucible with all the proper reagents. Water did nothing, hydrochloric acid was the same, nitric acid and even agua regia merely hissed and spattered against its torrid invulnerability. Ami had difficulty in recalling all the things, but recognized some solvents as I mentioned them in the usual order of use. There were ammonia and caustic soda, alcohol and ether, nauseous carbon, disulfine, and a dozen others. But although the weight grew steadily less as time passed and the fragments seemed to be slightly cooling, there was no change in the solvents to show that they had attacked the substance at all. It was a metal, though beyond doubt. It was magnetic, for one thing, and other than its immersion in acid solvents, there seemed to be faint traces of the Minmastistan figures found on meteoric iron. When the cooling had grown very considerable, the testing was carried out in glass, and it was in a glass beaker that it left all the chips made of the original fragment during the work. The next morning, both chips and the beaker were gone without a trace, and only a charred spot marked the place on the wooden shelf where they had been. All this the professors told Ami as they paused at his door, and once more he went with them to see the stony messenger from the stars, though this time his wife did not accompany him. It had now most certainly shrunk, and even the sober professors could not doubt the truth of what they saw. No? Wait, no what? Wait, no what? It is spooky month. It is spooky month! It is spooky month. What do you mean? What do you mean? Was I being too silly? Was I being too silly? My chin is currently resting on top of the microphone. Was that too silly? Everybody's really excited it's spooky month. That's good. You scared me for a second, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh god, wait, did I say something weird? I always feel very silly about that. I feel like I say very strange things and sometimes don't register what actually came out of my mouth. That's always a big fear of mine. Bomb! Oh god! That was adorable. Welcome in, Leopard. I hope you're having a lovely night. We're reading Color Out of Space. Enjoy your commands with your little guys. Where were we? We were in the middle. We were in the middle. It had now most certainly shrunk, and even the sober professors could not doubt the truth of what they saw. All around the dwindling lump near the well was a vacant space, except where the earth had caved in, and whereas it had been a good 7 feet across the day before, it was now scarcely 5. It was still hot, and the sages studied its surface curiously as they detached another large piece with a hammer and chisel. They gouged deeply this time, and as they pried away the smaller mass, they saw that the core of the thing was not quite homogeneous. Got mad at your friend. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's never fun. That's never fun. I got so mad at a friend of mine because they were pulling trifling shit that I stopped talking to them. I stopped talking to them completely and I removed them on everything. But to me, that's just setting boundaries, personally. Sorry, I just thought of that recently because I was like, I went through one of my accounts and I was like, wait, they're still following? No. Just removed them. I was like, nah, I don't need your negative fucking energy. Trifling shit. I love that word, by the way. Trifling. That... I believe it's considered a part of Ave in the terms of, like, mannerisms. I think it is. Out of all of the Ave that gets appropriated by everybody, don't get me wrong, I'm from the South. I'm aware that all of my culture comes from people of color. I'm very aware of that. Triflin? I cannot believe that people have not picked up triflin nearly as much as everything else. Triflin is great. It's great. It's a great fucking word. Triflin, bitch. It just feels good to say. They had uncovered what seemed to be the side of a large colored globule embedded in the substance. The color, which resembled some of the bands in the meteor's strange spectrum, was almost impossible to describe, and it was only by an analogy that they called it color at all. I was tired since they were like, Leopard, no, Leopard, don't do that. Leopard, why? Why did you... Why did you do that? Leopard, stop. Were you, like, holding a knife to them or something? I'm sorry. That sounds like you were making fun of them for, like... I'm sorry if I'm taking the piss out of this more than I should. I understand if it was actually a genuinely uncomfortable situation. I apologize. But just envisioning the, no, don't do that. Why are you doing that? Stop. Plus general complaint. It sounds like you were trying to, like, stab them. Like you, like, broke into their house. And you're just, like, standing in the corner menacingly with a knife or something. And if they complain for anything I do. Aw, what the fuck? That's mean. That's mean. You should have stabbed them in Minecraft. You should have stabbed them in Minecraft. Okay, sorry, I gotta recenter. God damn it. Oh my god, sorry. Raffle knife goes slice, slice, slice. I'm scared of the raffle knife. I don't like that it moves around on its own. Oh god, where were we? Oh, we just finished that paragraph. They had uncovered what seemed to be a side of a oh wait, no, we read that too. Wait, where were we? We're in the middle of this one? Ah, here we go, okay. And it was only by analogy that they called it color at all. Its texture was glossy, and upon tapping it appeared to promise both brittleness and hollowness. One of the professors gave it a small blow with a hammer, and it burst with a nervous little pop. Nothing was embedded, and all trace of the thing vanished with its puncturing. It left behind a hollow spherical space where 3 inches across, and although it was probable that the others would be discoverable as the enclosed substance wasted away, conjecture was vain, so after a futile attempt to find additional globules by drilling, the seekers left again with their new specimen, which proved, however, as baffling in the laboratory as its predecessor had been. At least one of them apologized. That's good. That's good. Hopefully they weren't, like, trying to be mean. They're just being inconsiderate. Which is less egregious, but still annoying. Be aware of yourself. Be aware of yourself. Think about the things you do and say before you say and do them. Nerd. I also got bread with ingredients, but I left without. Oh my god. Oh my god. God damn. God damn. I hope you took some time to chill out. I understand. I understand feeling your feels. That's usually what I mean, is like, I hope you gave yourself some time to feel the feels. Let it simmer down a little bit. Hey, hey. Leopard, you're always the one doing this. Hydrate, nerd. Drink some water, okay? And have a little snacky. I have very seasonal cake waiting for me in the fridge. That's my treat for working really fucking hard today. And every day. God, I made so many fucking documents. Leopard, is it not leopard? Okay, you want to know why I say it? I didn't think that anybody would ever ask about that, but, do you want to know why I say that? It's a weird anime mispronunciation kind of thing. It doesn't pop up very often, but usually if you have a character in anime that is named, like, leopard something, you know, it's like their special stage name. For some reason in the dubs, they don't say leopard. They say leopard. And that's been a very long-standing thing, even to where at one point a character that was just called leopard, because that's what they were in their canon, was named in the dubbing Leopard, as if it was an actual name. I just think that's a really weird, and I've never seen anybody else talk about it. A very recent one was like a magical girl anime that I watched that I really liked. One of the girls, her magical girl form was called like something something leopard, and instead of calling her leopard, for some reason even the Japanese pronunciation of her name was like leopard. It was weird. It was weird because I hadn't heard that before, but it's funny. It's funny that it translates over into the English dubbing. You say leopard too? I thought so! I thought so. I always had a weird feeling about it, but I thought so. God, fucking human brains are weird. The things we think of. The synchronicities! Conjecture was vain, so after a futile attempt to find additional— oh wait. I read like a bunch of that. Hold on. My microphone being right in front of me, I just like want to put my face on it. Is that weird? Like right now I'm just like, I guess if you, the listener, want to think of yourself as the microphone, that's your POV. Right now we're nose to nose. This is the closest a woman has ever been to you and ever will be. I was considering it. Does it sound different when I'm up here? I'm putting my chin on top of the mic now. Does it sound different? It means that the main part of the microphone is actually facing, like, directly into my voice box. ASMR even, but still, yeah, I know. What about... Wait. That's apparently what it sounds like when I rub my face on the mic. Just. Oh, wait. Wait, I forgot because of. Anyway, I'll have to stab things. Enjoy. I almost forgot. One of the really, like, fun things because of it, because of the way that the microphone is, like, shaped and everything, is that there is this, like, little part towards the back of it. I can give you little pat-paps. I can give you little pat-paps. Little head pats. Or if I really want to, I can just kind of, like... There you go. You just noticed something. What did you notice? Birthday is a spooky day because Friday! Oh my god! Where's your birthday? I've been told that this is apparently content, and then the things that I do where I actually stay on task and try to complete games and embrace myself in whatever thing that I'm trying to experience is not actually content. Content is getting distracted and fucking around and being a little idiot. It's on the 10th. Oh my god! Happy early birthday, Leopard. It's Auntie's birthday today, so it's Auntie's birthday. There's so many spooky birthdays. Yours is on the following for— oh my god! We got so many spooky birthdays! Our stream anniversary is also on the 10th. I don't have anything specifically planned for it, though. I have no idea what I want to do for it. It'll be 5 years, I think. Or more? No, 5 years. Yeah, it'll be 5 years stream anniversary. I do want to do something special because I don't usually, and, you know, having an extra special reason to get cake is, you know, I'm not going to say no to getting cake. Should we? Oh, man. I wonder if I could make something before then. I wonder if I could make something for in the Discord for everybody's birthdays. If you forgot. Covering all your bases, that's good. Alright. Alright. Damn it. I like yakking with everybody. I can't help it. I can't help it. It's too fun. You're all silly. Where were we? Ah, okay. I see where we were. It's hard to do both. I understand. Aside from being almost plastic, having heat, magnetism, and slight luminosity, cooling slightly in powerful acids possessing an unknown spectrum, wasting away in air, and attacking silicon compounds with mutual destruction as a result, it presented no identifying features whatsoever. That is the funniest fucking line I've ever read in anything Lovecrafty. Aside from being a complete anomalous enigma that has no basis in our previously perceived reality, completely normal. Run of the mill. I got a rock. God damn it, that's so funny. That's so funny. At the end of the test, the college scientists were forced to own that they could not place it. It was nothing of this earth, but a piece of the great outside, and as such dowered with outside properties, and obedient to outside laws. That night there was a thunderstorm, and when the professors went out to Nahum's the next day, they met with a bitter disappointment. The stone, magnetic as it had been, must have had some peculiar electrical property, for it had drawn the lightning, as Nahum said, with a singular persistence. 6 times within an hour, the farmer saw the lightning strike the furrow in the front yard, and when the storm was over, nothing remained but a ragged pit by the ancient well, swept half-choked with caved-in earth. Digging had borne no fruit, and the scientists verified the fact of the utter vanishment. The failure was total, so that nothing was left to do but to go back to the laboratory and test again the disappearing fragment left carefully cased in lead. The fragment lasted a week, at the end of which nothing of value had been learned of it. When it had gone, no residue was left behind, and in the time professors felt scarcely sure they had indeed seen with the waking eyes that cryptic vestige of the fathomless gulfs outside, that lone, weird message from the other universe and other realms of matter, force, and entity. As was natural, Arkham Papers made much of the incident with its collegiate sponsoring, and sent reporters to talk with Nahum Gardner and his family. At least, one Boston daily also sent out a scribe, and Nahum quickly became a kind of local celebrity. He was a lean, genial person, about 50, living with his wife and 3 sons on the pleasant farmstead in the valley. He and Ami exchanged visits frequently, and did their wives, and Ami had nothing but praise for him after all these years. He seemed slightly proud of the notice his place had attracted, and talked often of the meteorite in the succeeding weeks. That July and August were hot, and Nahum worked hard at his haying in the 10-acre pasture across Chapman's Brook. This rattling wain, wearing deep ruts in the shadowy lanes between. The labor tired him more than it had in other years, and he felt that age was beginning to tell on him. Then fell the time of fruit and harvest. The pears and apples slowly ripened, and Nahum vowed his orchards were prospering as never before. The fruit was growing to phenomenal size and unwanted gloss, and in such abundance that extra barrels were ordered to handle the future crop. But with the ripening came sore disappointment, for all the grotesque array of spacious lusciousness was not one single jot was fit to eat. Into the fine flavor of the pears and apples had crept a stealthy bitterness and sickness, so that even the smallest of bites induced a lasting disgust. It was the same with the melons and tomatoes, and Nahum sadly saw that his entire crop was lost. Quick to connect events, he declared that the meteorite had poisoned the soil, and thanked heaven that most of the other crops were in the upland lot along the road. Winter came early and was very cold.
I hope this winter is chilly.
Ami and Nahum less often than usual, and Ami saw Nahum less often than usual, and observed that he had begun to look worried. The rest of his family, too, seemed to have grown taciturn and were far from steady in their church-going or their attendance at the various social events of the countryside. For this reserve or melancholy no cause could be found, though all the household confessed now and then to poor health and a feeling of vague disquiet. Nahum himself gave the most definite statement of anyone when he said he was disturbed about certain footprints in the snow. They were the usual winter prints of red squirrels, white rabbits, and foxes, but the brooding farmer professed to see something not quite right about their nature and arrangement. He was never specific, but appeared to think that there was not as characteristic of the anatomy and habits of squirrels and rabbits and foxes as they ought to be. Ami listened without interest to this talk until one night when he drove past Nahum's house in his sleigh on the way back from Clark's Corners. There had been a moon, and a rabbit had run across the road, and the leaps of the rabbits were longer than either Ami or his horse liked. The latter, indeed. Even the fucking horse didn't like the stride of that rabbit. And almost run away when brought up by a firm rein. Thereafter, Ami gave Nahum's tales more respect, and wondered why the gardener dogs seemed so cowed and quivering every morning. They had, in developed, nearly lost the spirit to bark. In February, the McGregor boys from Meadow Hill were out shooting woodchucks, and not far from the Gardner place bagged a very peculiar specimen. The proportions of its body seemed slightly altered in a queer way, impossible to describe. I will now proceed to describe it. While its face had taken on an expression which no one ever saw in woodchuck before, the boys were genuinely frightened and threw the thing away at once, so that only their grotesque tales have ever reached the people of the countryside. But the shine of the horses near... No, I read that right. But the shine of the horses near Nahum's house had now become an acknowledged thing, and all the basis for the cycle of whispering legend was fast taking form. People vowed that the snow melted faster around Nahum's than it did anywhere else, and early in March there was an odd discussion in Potter's General Store at Clark's Corners. Stephen Rice had driven past the Gardeners Inn in the morning and had noticed that the skunk cabbages coming through the mud by the woods across the road. Never were things of such size seen before, and they held strange colors that could not be put into words. Their shapes were monstrous, and the horse had snorted at an odor which struck Stephen as wholly unprecedented. That afternoon, several persons drove past to see the abnormal growth, and all agreed that plants of that kind ought never to sprout in a healthy world. The bad fruit of the fall before was freely mentioned, and it went from mouth to mouth that there was poison in Nahum's ground. Of course, it was the meteorite, and remembering how strange the men from the college had found the stone to be, several farmers spoke about the matter to them. One day they paid Nahum a visit, but having no love of wild tales and folklore, were very conservative in what they inferred. The plants were certainly odd, but all skunk cabbages were more or less odd in shape and odor and hue. Perhaps some mineral element from the stone had entered the soil, but it would not soon be washed away. And as for the footprints and frightening horses, of course there were country talk in which such phenomenon as the aerial light would be certain to start. What does that word mean? Hold on. I just like read that out without even like processing it. Aerolite. A stony meteor. Oh, composed mainly of silicates. Ah. You think the meteorite would have been an aerolite? I don't think so, because they didn't find deposits of silicate in it. It just ate it. It just ate the glass. There was really nothing more for serious men to do in cases of wild gossip, for superstitious rustics will say and believe in anything, and so, all through the strange days, the professors stayed away in contempt. Only one of them, when given 2 phials of dust for analysis in in a police job over a year and a half later, recalled that the queer color of the skunk cabbage had been very like one of the anomalous bands of light shown by the meteorite fragment in the college's spectroscope. Spectroscope. I'm not good with S's still. My speech impediment persists. And like the brittle globule found embedded in the stone from the abyss, the samples in this analysis gave the same, god damn it, that's a lot of S's, bands at first, though later they lost the property. I get, like, really bashful about it. Because I know I hit my S's hard. I know I do. I don't think there's any way to fix it, though. I don't think there's any way to fix it at all. It's just when I say a bunch of S's back to back, I can hear it really clearly.
It's so bad.
The trees budded prematurely around the homes, and at night they swayed ominously in the wind. Wait. Oh wait, yeah, no, I finished that paragraph, right? Yeah. Nahum's second son, Thaddeus, a lad of 15, swore that they swayed also when there was no wind, but even the gossip would not credit this. Certainly, however, restlessness was in the air. The entire Gardner family developed the habit of stealthily listening, though not for any sound which they could consciously name. The listening was indeed rather a product of moments when the consciousness seemed half to slip away. Unfortunately, such moments increased week by week till it became common speech that something was wrong with all Nahum's folks. When the early saxifrage came out in another strange color, not quite that of the skunk cabbage, but plainly related and equally unknown to anyone who saw it. It's actually a sneaky I distinctively do not identify with snake creatures, but it is really fucking funny. I could play a hell of a snake character if I really wanted to. I think that'd be fun. I think that would be a lot of fun. Anybody need a hot snake woman voice? Let me know. For all of your goon-centric projects. I'll do it. I'll say some really funny stuff with my lisp. I reach into offending cop. Maybe if someone will pay me to do it. If someone pays me to do it, honey. Also, there's plenty of just like salacious snake women that we could absolutely sexualize. God damn it. You don't notice all of the little speech idiosyncrasies that you have until you get into a point of like recording yourself speaking and listening back to it. I have to say, one of my favorite little just, oh my god, look at him go. Oh my god, look at him go. Look at him go. Look at him go, he's so fast. Oh my god. One thing in particular is I alliterate a bunch. I'll either repeat myself very specifically, like just word for word repeat the first part of a sentence a couple of times. I think that one's more funny than anything, but the accidental comedy that comes out of some of like the word or the sound alliteration that I do, I think it's so funny. I have to make like a compilation at this point, but it happens so frequently. It happens so frequently, but nobody ever says anything about it, so I don't know if anybody else finds it as funny as I do. I don't know. I think it's funny. Where were we? Oh wait, right. If I click where I am, I don't have to worry about losing myself. Hey, look at that. Skunk cabbage. Terrifying. Nahum took some blossoms to Arkham and showed them to the editor of the Gazette, but that dignitary did no more than write a humorous article about them, in which the dark fears of rustics were held up to polite ridicule. It was a mistake of Nahum's to tell the stolid city man about the way the great overgrown mourning cloak butterflies behave in conjunction with the saxifrages? I'm learning so many words tonight. Oh! It's the flower itself. Okay. That's beautiful. Saxifrage. I'm definitely not saying that right. I'm definitely not saying that right. How do I say it? How do I say it? Sorry, this is gonna be loud again.
Saxifrages.
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 Saxifrages. Okay. Thank you. It was a mistake of Nahum's to tell a stolid city man about the great overgrown morning cloak butterflies behaved in conjunction with these sax. Oh. So even like the parts that are expanded upon about how things are changing, like, obviously it gets reiterated a bunch that the ground looks like it's been burned and everything is like very ashen and kind of like gross in that way. But then like the idiosyncrasies of like, not only do the flowers look different, but the insects, the butterflies that hover around them and pollinate and drink of the nectar are also acting very strangely. And it's not expanded upon, it's just the butterflies are being weird. The butterflies are just being fucking weird. Oh man, it's crazy. April brought a kind of madness to the country folk and began to disuse of the road past Nahum's, which led to its ultimate abandonment. It was the vegetation. The orchard trees blossomed forth in strange colors, and through the stony soil of the yard and adjacent pasture there sprang up a bizarre growth which only a botanist could connect with the proper flora of the region. No sane, wholesome colors were anywhere to be seen except in the green grass and leafage, but everywhere those hectic and prismatic variants of some diseased underlying primary tone without a place among the known tints of earth. The Dutchman's breeches became a thing of the sinister menace, and the bloodroots grew insolent in their chromatic perversions. Ami and the gardeners thought that most of the colors had a sort of haunting familiarity, and decided that they reminded one of the brittle globule in the meteor. Nahum plowed and sowed the 10-acre pasture in the upland lot, but did nothing with the land around the house. He knew it would be of no use and hoped that the summer's strange growths would draw all the poison from the soil. He was prepared for almost anything now, and had grown used to the sense of something near him waiting to be heard. Brother can hear the trees fucking talking to him. You can hear the trees talking to him. The shunning of his house by neighbors told on him, of course, but it told on his wife more. The boys were better off being at school each day, but they could not help being frightened by the gossip. Thaddeus, an especially sensitive youth, suffered the most. In May, the insects came, and Nahum's place became a nightmare of buzzing and crawling. Most of the creatures seemed not quite usual in their aspects and motions, and their nocturnal habits contradicted all former experience. Oh, you almost had it. I caught that one. You gotta catch that delay a little bit sooner. There was one part in particular here that I liked. Not quite the usual aspects, motions, nocturnal. Yeah, I just picture just all of the bugs, and it's just like they're just sitting there in like New England, just like, ah man, thank God we never get the cicada broods of the deep south late in these summer nights, and just Nahum and his family all fucking night through the window are just hearing I'd prefer the fucking cicadas, thank you very much. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're probably like clinging to the windows in like sheets of bugs if they have a light or anything. The gardeners took to watching at night in all directions at random for something. They could not tell what. It was then that they all owned that Thaddeus had been right about the trees. Miss Gardner was the next to see it from the window as she watched the swollen boughs of a maple against the moonlit sky. The boughs surely moved and there was no wind. It must be the sap. Strangeness had come into everything growing now, yet it was none of Nahum's family at all who made the next discovery. Familiarity had dulled them, and what they could not see was glimpsed by a timid windmill salesman from Bolton who drove by one night in the arrogance of country legends. What he told in Arkham was given a short paragraph in the Gazette, and it was there that all the farmers, Nahum included, saw it first. The night had been dark, and the buggy lamps faint, but around the farm, in the valley which everyone knew from the account must be Nahum's, the darkness had been less thick. A dim though distinct luminosity seemed to adhere in all the vegetation, grass, leaves, and blossoms alike, while at one moment a detached piece of the phosphorescence appeared to stir furtively in the yard near the barn. The grass had so far seemed untouched, and the cows were freely pastured in the lot near the house, but toward the end of May the milk began to be bad, and then Nahum had the cows driven to the uplands, after which the trouble ceased. Not long after this, the change in grass and the leaves became apparent to the eye. All the verdure was going gray and was developing a highly singular quality of brittleness. Ami was now the only person who ever visited the place, and his visits were becoming fewer and fewer. When the school closed, gardeners were virtually cut off from the world, and sometimes let Ami do their errands in town. They were failing curiously, both physically and mentally, and no one was surprised when the news of Miss Gardner's madness stole around. What page are we on? Oh god, it's only 16. 16 of 40. Fuck. I can be a little bit more silly when we just read stuff in this category than in an ASMR. I feel guilty about being like, you know, a little bit too because people are trying to relax more, but like over here I'm like, nah, I'm gonna be silly. I'm gonna be silly.
The government cannot stop me.
Wait, what is it? No, I said it the other day.
Mental hospital cannot stop me. The government cannot stop me. I will simply continue to be silly until the end of my days.
I love that one. I love that one. I think that's from Shanto? I think.
She has a very cute voice.
She has a very, very cute voice. It happened in June, about the anniversary of the meteor's fall, and the poor woman screamed about things in the air which she could not describe. In her ravings there was not a single specific noun, but only verbs and pronouns. Things moved and changed and fluttered, and ears tingled to impulses which were not wholly sounds. Something was taken away. She was being drained of something. Something was fastening itself onto her that ought not to be. Someone must take it and keep it off. Nothing was ever still in the night. The walls and windows shifted. Nahum did not send her to the country asylum, but let her wander about the house as long as she was harmless to herself and others. Even when her expression changed, he did nothing. But when the boys grew afraid of her and Thaddeus nearly fainted at the way she made faces at him, he decided to keep her locked in the attic. By July, she had ceased to speak and crawled on all fours, and before that month was over, Nahum got the mad notion that she was slightly luminous in the dark, as she now clearly saw what was the case with the nearby vegetation. Are you guys gonna eat the glitter cabbage? I know they said that it tastes kind of gross and like a little like prematurely rotten, but like you could pickle it. You know, you could pickle the glittery cursed space cabbage and then eat it. Maybe if you stir fry it. Maybe it just needs like a little bit of salt. You could do that. That'd be really tasty. A little bit of sesame oil, a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of mirin. Toss it in the pan until it gets all soft. That'd be good. And then it'd be all like shiny and stuff. The girlies would love the the mutated glitter vegetables. It was a little before this that the horses had stampeded. Something had roused them in the night, and their neighing and kicking in their stalls had been terrible. There seemed virtually nothing to calm them, and when Nahum opened the stable door, they all bolted out like frightened woodland deer. It took a week to track all four, and when found, they were seen to be quite useless and unmanageable. Something had snapped in their brains, and each one had to be shot for its own good. Nahum borrowed a horse from Ami for his haying, but found it would not approach the barn. It sheed and balked and whined, and in the end he could do nothing but drive it into the yard while the men used their own strength to get the heavy wagon near enough the hayloft for convenient pitching. Sorry, it's Lovecraft's run-on sentences. They make my jaw hurt. They make my jaw hurt. I can't breathe enough. Where was I? Oh. And all the while the vegetation was turning gray and brittle. Even the flowers whose hues had been so strange were graying now, and the fruit was coming out gray and dwarfed and tasteless. I'm gonna add some salt. You just add some salt. The asters and goldenrod bloomed gray and distorted, and the roses and zinnies and hollyhocks in the front yard were such blasphemous-looking things that Nahum's oldest boy, Zenas, cut them down. The strangely puffed insects died about that time. Even the bees that had left their hives had taken to the woods. By September, all the vegetation was fast crumbling to the grayish powder, and Nahum feared that the trees would die before the poison was all out of the soil. His wife now had spells of terrific screaming, and he and the boys were in constant state of nervous tension. Leave! I know it sounds crazy. Leave! Go live up on the hill! It's like, I'll just start growing my crops and stuff up on the hill, and I'll move my horses that all went crazy up on the hill, and is my family? No, I'll just lock my wife in the attic. That'll cure! Fucking attic time. Everybody needs a little bit of attic time. They shunned people now, and when school opened, the boys did not go, but it was Ami, on one of his rare visits, who first realized that the well water was no longer good. It had an evil taste. How do you taste evil? I have to know. That was not exactly foetid, nor exactly salty, and Ami advised his friend to dig another well on higher ground, to use until the soil was good again. Capitalism. Capitalism doesn't have a taste, though. It's just another concept of taste. Obviously, like, capitalism tastes evil. What does evil taste like, though? What does evil taste like, though? Do you know but not know?
Have you tasted evil on your palate and simply been unaware? I want to know.
Okay, so that means that I can't just kiss a ghost. I have to kiss a poltergeist specifically. Got it, got it. I have a lot of questions to ask in my uncovering of the supernatural, and I will answer them all. Evil well water. Evil well water. I advised to get another well on higher ground till the soil was good again. Nahum, however, ignored the warning, for he had, by that time, become callous to strange and unpleasant things. He and the boys continued to use the tainted supply, drinking it as listlessly and mechanically as they ate their mearsh? Meager? Is that how you spell meager? Is that how you spell meager? What? That doesn't look right. Oh! Would you look at that? It is. Okay. Meager. Meager. Weird. Not how I expected it to be. Meager and ill-cooked meals, and did their thankless and monotonous chores through the aimless days. There was something of a solid resignation about them, as if they walked half in another world between lines of nameless guards to a certain and familiar doom. It's spelled both ways. What do you mean both ways? What's the other way? What's the other way? Oh, E-R or R-E? Oh. Theater and theater. Okay. Alright. It's all checking out. Oh. Sorry, do you guys want to see your dulcet tones for the evening? You are listening to Rain and Thunderstorm Sounds, Crackling Fireplace, 3 hours from the Guild of Ambiance. They do great stuff. Really, really great background tracks. Meager and meagre. The theater and the theater. I'm not gonna lie, I still say them differently. I don't know why. The theater and the theater. I like to go see a movie at the theater. I would like to see a play at the theater. You're a bloody space brat. Am I? I grew up watching a lot of the like British comedies that came up on PBS back in the day. I watched a lot of those because God, my insomnia was so much worse when I was a child. The fact that I'm functioning to any degree, even though I absolutely did not get enough sleep, I think I slept like 2 to 4 hours a night. So I would stay up and I would watch the British comedies that would come on. There was Young Ones, Red Dwarf, and I can never remember the name of it. But it has that one really annoying British dude. He has a lot of notoriety online for just being really, really transphobic now. But he was in a British comedy show back in the day that was actually very funny. It's especially funny because there was like a whole episode about them like punching Nazis and stuff. You can guess if he's transphobic where he lines on the political spectrum now, but you know. I watched those 3, and obviously because that was during my formative years, I picked up a lot of weird like British things in general. Like, it's silly. But then also once I started getting into anime, I was watching like a lot of gothic animes which had like English Victoriana themes and stylings and all that kind of stuff, you know. I hope I'm not actually British. Although I do hope that my accents pass. I hope that I can masquerade as one of them in public if I need to do so. I, of course, have a quite the prim and proper kind of jokey one. But if I just start talking British, it very quickly turns Southern, which is funny. Very funny. Oh, wait a minute. I want to read one of these paragraphs with, like, I'm gonna try something. You almost got it, though. You got very close. You got very close. You're getting there. Oh, it's coming back around. It's coming back around. Ah! I fucking stole it from you. I wasn't even trying. I fucking stole it from you. It just, like, flew into my head. That's amazing. I'm gonna try to read one of these paragraphs in, like, a really, like, melodious southern accent. I'm working on it. I have plans for a certain type of content, and I need my accent to be in tip-top shape. I have some ideas for something terrible. Thaddeus went mad in September after a visit to the well. He had gone with a pail and had come back empty-handed, shrieking and waving his arms, and sometimes lapsing into an inane titter or a whisper about the moving colors down there. Two in the family was pretty bad, but Nahum was very brave about it. He let the boy run about for a week until he began stumbling and hurting himself, and then he shut him in the attic room across the hall from his mother's. The way they screamed at each other from behind their locked doors was very terrible, especially to little Merwin, who fancied they talked in some terrible language that was not of the earth. Merwin was getting frightfully imaginative, and his restlessness was worse after the shutting away of the brother who had been his greatest playmate. Oh, this is a long one. All right. Almost at the time the mortality among the livestock commenced. Poultry turned to grayish and died very quickly, their meat being found dry and noisome upon cutting. Hogs grew inordinately fat, then suddenly began to undergo loathsome changes which no one could explain. Their meat was of course useless, and Nahum was at his wit's end. No rural veterinary would approach this place, and the city's veterinary from Arkham was openly baffled. The swine began to grow gray and brittle and falling to pieces before they died, and their eyes and muzzles developed singular alterations. It was very inexplicable, for they had never been fed from the tainted vegetation. Then something struck the cows. Certain areas, or sometimes the whole body, would be uncannily shriveled or compressed, and atrocious? Yeah, and atrocious collapses or disintegrations. That's a harder word to say like that. Disintegrations were common in the last. Oh, hello. Well, thank you for the head pats. Is it 'cause I'm Southern? Thank you kindly. Kind reminder to all the little dust bunnies. All the little bunnies hanging out with us in chat. Kind reminder to hydrate, alright? Well, no, that's the thing. I can say discombobulation perfectly fine. I can say discombobulation perfectly fine. I don't know why I have trouble with the other one. Where in the world was that terrible word? This is kind of weird because you're also getting, like, essentially what my outtakes are whenever I'm recording something like this, like some kind of narration piece. You're getting all my outtakes, all of my blah, 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 blah. I do that whenever I get, like, tongue-tied. Disintegrations. Disintegrations. There we go. Desiccation. No water. Don't give a fuck. I read it correctly, so it's fine. Oh, oh, Leopard, I sounded very Texan for a moment, you say? Oh, I sounded very Texan for a moment. That's strange. What a queer thing. What a strange and unusual thing. Oh, hi, Rock. Oh, hi. Wait a minute. Hold on. I think this might work. Hold on. I think this might work. I think I might have something for you. It works! It works! I set it up right. It works. I can't believe it. It worked. That's amazing. Oh no, something opened up on my desktop because I hit a button. I hit a button. Exit. Thank you. The Minnesota mom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Susie. I love Susie, but I haven't practiced her for a minute. But yeah, just in case y'all didn't know, I'm Texan. I'm from Texas. I have lived here my entire life. Just in case you didn't know, or any of my random references to also being German. It's kind of a part of being in Texas. A lot of us got some kind of German in us. Unfortunately. It's fine. Are you sure you know? You can say that now. It doesn't make you look any less silly. It has been a while. It has been a while since I practiced on Susie. She's another one that I gotta bring back because I got a really funny, like, Dami Mom script that I'm working on right now. It would be so funny to release an entire version of it that's just like this instead. Instead of the robust, deep voice, kind of. Just instead fully embrace an Aunt Susie. That'd be amazing. Being German, I wanted to make a terrible joke about that. Already mentioned it. Sure. You can say that now. You can say that now. I mean, we'll believe you. That's what you get for acting a fool. People are gonna doubt that you know things. You gotta be a fool in an intellectual kind of a way. Use big words. Disintegration. In the last stages, and death was always the result, there would be a graying and turning brittle like that which beset the hogs. There could be no question of poison, for all the cases occurred in a locked and undisturbed barn. No bats or prowling things could have brought the virus, for what live beast of earth can pass through solid obstacles? It must be the only natural disease yet. What disease could wreak such results was beyond any mind's guessing. When the harvest came, there was not an animal surviving on that place, for the stock and poultry were dead, and the dogs had run away. These dogs, 3 in number, had all vanished one night, and were never heard of again. The 5 cats had left some time before, but their going was scarcely noticed, since there now seemed to be no mice, and only Mrs. Gardner had made pets of the graceful felines. Did you just write everything backwards, or were you actually trying to write something there? It looks like it did just, like, fall apart. Do you have a cat walking on your keyboard right now? Leopard might have a leopard walking around on his keyboard. We just got to the paragraph that talks about October of this year. And we're halfway through! We're halfway through, right on the 2-hour mark. Oh my god, that's fantastic. My keyboard is studying on D and make you study my D. It's fine. It's fine. That one was terrible from the start. All right, we are gonna take a quick little break because we've been going for 2 hours. We're at a good spot. We're halfway through. They're describing all of the terrible things that are happening in this place. And so for the moment, we're gonna take a little break. I think this is a good part to take a break at. We're gonna take a nice little 5-10 minute break. I would highly recommend everybody take some time to take care of yourselves. That is oh so important to do so. Get some water, refuel your other beverages, make yourself nice and cozy. Stretch! Stretch for the love of blood flow! Please, your legs are gonna atrophy! Oh yeah, and use the little gamer's room. You don't want to be holding your piss for this long. It's bad. In the meantime, I will leave you with some spooky tunes, and we'll be back in a little bit. See you soon. I'm back right on time to watch all of you kill each other.
Do it! Kill each other for my amusement!
Fantastic. Fantastic. Oops. I almost had
Oh,
it
hi.
on the wrong
Thanks
page.
for checking in. I'm still a piece of
Garbage. No, you're not. Nobody here is garbage. But thank you for the biddies, Anonymous. Thank you, thank you. Nobody here is garbage. Oh, man. You guys are all lasting a lot longer than you usually do. Oh, shit. Moobler v. Rock. Rock wins. Rock v. Kruznik. Rock wins. I think Auntie's gonna take it. Auntie takes the victory. Battle Royale. Fantastic Battle Royale. Phrasing. What did I phrase? I didn't catch it. I was telling you guys earlier how I miss that kind of stuff all the time. There we go. It's fine. It's fine. Whew. Sorry, this is one of those goofy things. I got, like, very lightheaded nauseous on my way back. I did not mean for that to happen. It still happened. And as soon as I sat down, it, like, washed over me in a wave of just like, uh-oh. God, it's... It's like one of the worst, like, sick things. Thankfully, I'm not the level of sick that, like, throwing up is, like, a big problem. I know that there's a lot of different conditions that cause very intense, very, very intense stomach sensitivities, and I'm so thankful I didn't get one of those. However, I still get the nauseous symptom. I'm not to the point of just bleh, but I feel just for a little bit. I feel kind of for a little bit. It's not great. It's not great. Teas with ginger help a lot, though. Highly recommended. Alright. So welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. Before we do, like, a short first 20-page recap.
Because we did make it all the way through half it. We did. I can absolutely finish this tonight,
As long as I don't continue to feel... Okay. So I've been worried about something lately. I've been worried that channel growth had kind of stagnated a little bit. Not aside from the efforts of the wonderful community who does follow us on other platforms, share our going live posts, interacts with us in that way, but also is always hanging out in chat and being cool. And, like, last month you guys went crazy. We blew our fucking goals out the water. Or no, sorry, month before last, technically, so I'm talking about September. August blew our numbers out of the water fantastically. Usually what that communicates to the algorithm is that something should get recommended more so. My recommended and, like, new viewership plummeted for some fucking reason. And I was mad about that. And it was for, like, the entirety of August. We didn't get nobody. No more new recruits to the cult. No more corruption spreading throughout your world. None of that. I can't have that. It's kind of the point of being an acolyte for the eternal, all-consuming void. It's kind of the point. So, I was getting pissed about that, because I was just like, I have no idea what's going on. I have no way to verify what's going on. I have nobody who I can talk to about this, other than just, like, help message. Please don't send this to an AI response bot. Please send this to an actual person. I've been very concerned. I even set up something that might allow us to, like, multi-stream to YouTube at one point, because I kind of sick of Twitch's shit. However, there had been a suspected issue that had come up with a recent anti-bot update that Twitch had implemented. I don't know the nitty-gritties of the update and what it did specifically. I have not gotten into that. Some people have dived into it more in, like, the terms of, like, coding and how things, like, actually change in the functionality of the website and all that. Blah. Not me. I was looking at other people's numbers. I was looking at people's raw fucking data, and a lot of people had noticed a dip. It seemed to be that people who were hanging out in chat, lurkers, if you would. My precious sweet little baby lurkers. Oh my god. How could they do you so dirty like that? How could they do you so dirty? So I started to hear about that, and I'm like, have my lurkers been done dirty? How fucking dare, Twitch? We're gonna have a problem about that, okay? I don't mind people just hanging out. I don't mind people watching the VODs. I don't mind if somebody's never able to make it to stream or is not comfortable watching live for whatever reason. That's fine. It's fine. That's why I make content in a bunch of different forms, so people can enjoy it in a bunch of different ways. Shameless plug for the YouTube. I upload all of our VODs there automatically. Instantaneously after the stream ends, it gets uploaded to YouTube, so it's there. It's me. I'll mellow out. I scared chat. No! But that's the thing. That's the thing. Little did ye know. We were not actually experiencing that problem. We didn't have a dip at any point where it seemed like people weren't getting registered. And this is a fun little thing that the stream avatars is not actually like, it's not reading from any one specific source. It's just showing me the people that are in stream. That's how I have it set up to do. So I can, you know, I can passively spy on the lurkers because I like having eyes on all of you. It's fun. It's fun. It's just, I could tell from that. Nothing changed. So, nothing to do with the whatever current update or whatever, like, tanking in views that a bunch of other people are seeing right now. My shit's just not getting recommended. And I'm upset about that. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit upset about that. I've been working really hard lately. I've been making a bunch of documents and spreadsheets and graphs. I have been tracking graphs. I've been very diligent. And then the algorithm said, no. I'm allowed to be angry about that. I'm allowed to be angry about that. In the fucking, in the preparation for spooky season. How dare you not recommend the spooky girls? How dare? And obviously my heart goes out to any other smaller streamer who is just trying to have fun, but is just constantly being censored for whatever reason. If somebody ever tells you that a website does not have a shadow ban functionality that it can use, they don't know what they're talking about. They absolutely don't know what they're talking about. What is it? What was that phrase? Quiet firing? Where your boss basically just like stops asking you to do certain projects, kind of like puts you on the back burner in the terms of an employee. Like you don't really do anything, you don't really accomplish anything, you don't get anything out of it. It's supposed to be like a weird psychological tactic to get you to quit. That's what shadow banning is. There's a reason that it absolutely exists everywhere. Now, I'm not saying that I am, but there are a lot of people that just do get shadow banned for the dumbest fucking reasons. Let people make quality content. I thought that the whole point of, like, the internet was that we were supposed to be, like, you know, the weirdos and the rejecteds. And then we let this shit get corporatized all the fucking hell, especially in, like, VTubing spaces. I'm not gonna open that up here. Well, I guess I did just kind of crack the can, but the corporatization of all of it makes me very uncomfortable and very sad. And a lot of people fucking stress out about it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Twitch also expecting people to not stress out about it when the whole way, if you've never seen what the creator side of Twitch looks like, everything is it satisfies that, like, ultra gamer number tracking, big number, big reward kind of part of the goopy goblin gamer brain. It satisfies that very distinctively. And so when you do see those numbers go down or you see stagnation, like, it in your goopy goblin gamer brain is like, you're not mini-maxing! You're fucking up! Bar stagnate, bad. Bar go down, kill self. You know, it unfortunately encourages, like, that kind of thinking, and so people get stressed out about it very easily. Honest to God, I'm just kind of like, I like streaming. I like streaming. I enjoy it. I'd love to open up the community more because of that. That's why. And then I'm just over here just like, I have no one I can talk to about my algorithm problems. I have no one. I've been here a long time, but I'm nowhere near big enough to get an agent. I think a manager might be a good idea at this point, but I have no idea where to even start with that kind of thing. Can't even be like a show business manager, because if you just like a woman named Susan who calls me in the morning until I pick up and I'm up and out of bed. and then reminds me of the very specific thing that I need to work on that day. Due to deadlines and scheduling. I don't know. It's stressful. I was genuinely like so upset. Like I was like I was huffing and puffing for a little bit when I was hearing what other people were going through where their lurkers weren't showing up in chat, and I was mad. I was so mad. Out of all of the things that they could do to potentially like target bot activity, and it's just like, oh, people who consistently show up to somebody's stream, maybe not ever engage, but they watch the stream for its entirety and have no reason for them to think that it's a bot account other than it's lurking. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. My precious lurkers. Alright, sorry. I apparently needed to get all that out. I apologize. In hindsight, crash out warning. There you go. I didn't realize, like, just, like, how fucking peeved I was about it. However, any time I suspect that there's, like, some kind of, like, ah, man, the stuff I'm making isn't doing anything, I want to make more. I'm going to make more. The algorithm will notice me. You have no choice. Have no choice. Apparently the ancient god that I made a deal with didn't think about this part of it, so I can't even, like, I can't even pull, like, a sleep token and be like, oh, ancient entity that I serve devotiously, could you make me world famous? No, I wasn't part of the deal. I wasn't part of the deal at all. Can't do anything about that. We got this, though. I think. It's the clankers that are mean to us. Chat's fucking awesome. Alright, I got it all. Alright. We're good. Alright, we're good. Alright, quick rundown for anybody who missed the first part of the story. This is Color Out of Space. It's a fantastic H.P. Lovecraft story. So, we have the account of this surveyor who went out to this little community outside of Arkham. It's area in New England, because everything that Lovecraft wrote was in New England. There is going to be essentially some... What is the word for it? They're going to be building natural water reservoirs in the land. Terraforming is not it's too much of a word, but you know what I mean. They're going to be changing up the area, and so there's an area that the surveyor is going out to, which will very soon be completely submerged in water. He's going out there just to make sure that, like, this is pragmatic to the project and everything. And when he gets there, he starts to hear all of these folklore tales about the area that he's going to go look at. It's just this giant sunken in area of the earth that looks like that there was some kind of recent impact of some kind. Like, everything looks burned and ashened, and the air feels weird, and it's terrible. And he's talking to people, he's just picking up little details of, like, oh yeah, well, it happened, like, honestly not all that long ago. A lot of stuff changed about the town in like the short amount of time that it was like that. There's only like one dude who still kind of lives near it. And so he goes and talks to the guy and he's like, yeah, this happened like 30 years ago, which is kind of scary. He's looking around, he's just like, well, a really weird meteor fell from the sky, and it seemed like it infected the land in every kind of a way, and we've heard of not only the vegetation mutating, animals shifting and changing or being scared away from the farmstead. We're following a specific family, the Gardeners? Yeah, Gardeners. And so far, the wife has been locked in the attics for hysterics. The middle child has been locked in the second attic room for hysterics. The eldest son, who is quite shy and timid, is not handling things well and is crying a lot. And then the youngest son is also crying a lot. And the dad is being a dad in a horror movie situation. We're about to get up to October of the year following the meteor strike and everything just decaying. Speaking of lurking, I gotta go to bed. Oh, good night, Auntie. I'm so sorry. I should have read that sooner. To go get a COVID and flu vaccine. Oh, two at the same time. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Don't forget to eat. Don't forget to eat. Good night. Mwah. Good on you for getting your vaccines, by the way. Everybody should do that. Mwah. Good job on that. Good night. Get some rest. Lies of P sequel needs info. I'm just drafting this little group. I might just have to. I might just, like, have to sit down and play it. I was thinking about it for a marathon stream. That's right, yeah, I was thinking about it for a marathon stream, but I was really stressed out. Because it's very intensive on my computer. So I have to figure out my... Okay, so this is logistic stuff. I have to get my PNG tuber figured out again. We do not have one that is up to date. The last one that I had was the Bugaboo character, which she's not up to date anymore. So I have to get that drawn up, and that's just been a little bit stressful. I'm hoping channel art will recommence actually being made. I'm hoping I will continue making channel art very soon. I had a little bit of a weird block. I couldn't draw for a little bit. It was really annoying. I should have the ability to make some new stuff. So hopefully, even if I just make like the rudimentary PNG tuber, like the simple reactive and everything, like that's fine. Gotta do that. And then I gotta like fortify myself mentally and physically and spatially and interdimensionally for that. So that also is just gonna take a little bit of time, but it's something that I'm working on anyway because I want to do other marathon streams. So, you know. Nobody stresses me out. That's the thing. I've never felt pressure to do anything. There's okay, just in case you guys haven't looked at it, the icon for the Discord server, which if you didn't know is called Raven's Elysium. The reason is that it's called that is because Disco Elysium was one of the games that we played very, very, very early on and very naturally got me a good basis of my audience. One of our very long time chatters, mildly, after I had been on like a couple of week hiatus because I was really fucking sad about some nonsense that was going on, can't even remember, posted the image of Harry and oh my god, Kim? Okay, yes, his name is Kim. I thought I was blanking for a second, and all the fucking Fujoshis were gonna kill me for it, and they had every right to. Harry and Kim in Disco Elysium looking out, and there's just, like, the light tower, and it just says Raven Stream on it, and that was my first My Streamer moment. And I actually cried, and then I hopped up on stream, and I proceeded to play Disco Elysium for 8 hours. 8 hours straight with no breaks for some reason, and be emotionally devastated by that ending. It was a lot. I cried. I cried on camera so much because that's when we were on camera. Nobody makes me feel bad. I just see that something that I do makes people happy. I put a net positive into the world in some way, shape, or form, and I want to keep doing that. I'm a very romantic little lady. I can't help it. The idea of having a positive effect on things is like, oh my god, that's the real human experience. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I know I'm a dork. You don't have to say it, but you know what I mean? I never stress out from anything that anybody says. I want to make people happy. Especially when I do more of my, like, esoteric kind of things. Every now and again, somebody really likes it. I'm just like, oh, cool! I thought that I was just a little weirdo. I didn't know somebody liked the things that I made. You know. Anyway, back to the spooky stories. I can't wait to eat cake after this. I'm so hyped. I'm so fucking hyped. I talked for 20 minutes straight. Oh my god. On the 19th of October, Nahum staggered into Ami's house with a hideous news. The death had come to poor Thaddeus in his attic room, and it had come in a way which could not be told. Nahum had dug a grave in the railed family plot behind the farm, and had put therein what he found. There could have been nothing from outside, for the small barred window and locked door were intact, but it was much as it had been in the barn. Try to figure out because of a hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's the other thing. When people like come in or they see like some kind of aesthetic thing that I do for the stream and they like it, I'm just like it makes me happy. Especially if they're also an artist and they're just like, oh yo, I love what you're doing. I'm just like, ah, don't look at me. Ah, don't perceive me. No, stop it. My god, the human experience is sharing yourself and reflections of yourself through your art with other humans. Oh my god. I know. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I'm such a cool little lady. I'm not totally consumed by just romanticizing every aspect of life. It's fine. God damn it, is this talking about a guy burying his son who died of fucking consumption? God damn it. He's fucking locked in the attic, having hysterical screaming matches across the hallway through 2 closed doors with his mother, who had also given in to complete and utter just insanity. I say, choking back tears. His man became Squidborn. He just shriveled up into a fucking slug, bruh. He just shriveled up into a goddamn slug. He said fucking papa. Papa. Lather me in the finest oil so that I may stay moist. But you know, he didn't say it like that. What it came out verbally was, but he heard it like in his head. He knew what his new slug son meant. Would you eat him? Would you eat? You're saying that you would eat your... You would eat your Squidborn child? No. No. Because then what happens? Then you're eating the umbilical cords too. And this is too many. No. No, 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 no. I'm staying focused. Where was I? I was literally in the middle of the sentence, wasn't I? No. There could have been nothing from outside,
for the small barred window and locked door were intact, but it was much as it had been in the barn. Ami and his wife consoled the stricken man as the best they could, but shuddered as they did so. Stark terror seemed to cling around the gardeners, and all they touched, and the very presence of one in the house, was a breath from regions unnamed and unnamable.
Did you guys see that Iron Mouse is playing Bloodborne? Oh my god! I want to play it so bad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Stark terror seemed to cling around the gardeners, and all they touched, their presence in the wait, oh. That's further down. That's further down. I'm not following it with my cursor for some reason.
You guys can see my cursor, my little knife cursor. Stop the story. Stab it.
Bleed. Ami accompanied Nahum back home with the greatest reluctance, and did what he might to calm the hysterical sobbing of the little Merwin. Zenas needed no calming. He had come of late to do nothing but stare into space and obey what his father told him, and Ami thought that this fate was merciful. Now, when Merwin's screams were answered faintly from the attic, and in response to an inquiring look, Nahum said that his wife was getting very feeble. When night approached, Ami managed to get that spot when the faint glow of the vegetation began, and the trees may or may not have swayed without wind. It was really lucky for Ami that he was not more imaginative. Even as things were, his mind was bent ever so slightly, but had been able to connect and reflect upon all the potence around him. He must inevitably have turned to total manic. In the twilight, he hastened home, the screams of the mad woman and the nervous child ringing horribly in his ears.
I think Mouse has a fantastic dignity to the way that she conducts herself. Her gremlin is marshmallowy, which I think is appropriate. I think it's very appropriate. Chibi is like Flubber. Chibi is like Flubber. Just the speed and the wit, the crack of her words. It's insane. It's insane. She's fucking wild. It is incredibly admirable, honestly. Like, obviously. I love them both. Fantastic. On the terms of just being raw entertainment value, and then the way that they utilize the creativity of the space that they're in, mwah, it's so good. So good. Chibi's just fucking, she's got a sharp tongue, man. It's so funny. It is so funny. Damn it, I can gush about VTuber. As much shit as I give, like, the VTuber community at large, like, there are a lot of people in the community that I like a lot. Even if I don't get to watch them as much as I used to now, I'm okay with VTubing being a girls' club, because a lot of the girls are, like, really cool and nice, and also, like, hot, if they want to be considered that, you know? Like, oh my god. Mouse getting to do her most recent song, the full opera. Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. It's so cool. It's so cool. So many cool girls. I want to be friends with all the cool girls because they're so cool. You just mention things that get me, like, hyped up, which is fine. It's fine. That's just something I get very excited about. Mousy especially. I actually, like, talk about her to people in real life fairly often because of how admirable she is. I think even if I say, like, VTubing and somebody doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's like, oh, she, like, does, like, entertainment stuff online, and she's also a musical artist, and just, like, people stuff like that. They're like, oh my god, wow, she does sound really cool. I'm like, yeah, she's also a fucking badass with everything she's had to go through. God, she's so cool. God, she's so cool. So many cool women. I love women. I love women in VTubing. I love women. Okay, we got it out. I could feel that it hadn't been fully expunged, but we're good now. Let's see. God, it's still just this like long fucking just tirade of just all this terrible shit happening to this man's family. There's something kind of like no sleep or creepypasta. Okay, we can actually gab about this because it's literary analysis. There is something kind of like weirdly no sleep about it, if that makes sense. Like, it's literally just a story of this man's family falling apart because something bad happened near them and they just didn't get out fast enough. And it's so sad. It's so sad. And like, obviously the moments where it's just like, oh yeah, and then he locked his wife in the attic. It was, huh? And then you get fucking, he locked his son in the attic. Huh? When you have multiple attic rooms? Oh my god. That's kind of cool. But you get to those parts and it's just like, okay, how much further is this gonna go? And then you find out that the pigs start to mutate and all of the food is iridescent. Everything that's growing is either glittery or ash. It's just like, leave, get these people out of here, leave. I don't think it's gotten egregious yet with the descriptions of things that have happened. Obviously, like, that's a criticism of, like, modern horror writing, like creepypastas that do stuff like this, that it can just feel, like, almost torture porny in that kind of a way. One that I heard recently was very much so like that, so I have some, like, fresh perspective. But so far it's not egregious, but I also don't think Lovecraft would start to tap into, like, the really, truly, like, graphically fucked up stuff that could start to happen to these people, especially with the fact that they're going crazy. There's something still kind of tasteful about it. There's still something kind of tasteful about it. I'm just hating people with the Innsmouth. I don't understand the Innsmouth thing, though. Okay, so, like, I read it for the first time, as an adult, outside of any English class. I was also an English major, and I've done a lot of literary analysis stuff. Like, a lot. I read it, and I was really confused. Because I was like, wait. So everybody says that the people of Innsmouth are supposed to be just because they're just disgusting fish people. They're just supposed to be an allegory for a particular group of people, probably black people, probably. However, I'm fully willing to admit that that was Lovecraft's intention. However, that does not track in the story itself, because the people of Innsmouth are people who move into an area that has native tribes in it. They settle in Innsmouth, and then what they do is they start making, like, weird deals. No, I actually don't think that they deal. No, sorry. A little bit later. They just start taking artifacts from the area that belong to the local tribes. One particular material that they're made of is, like, white sea gold or something like that. I can't remember exactly. They start taking it and they start building the infrastructure of Innsmouth around being a smithing town. So, smithing the cultural and religious artifacts of the local tribe and using that to profit off of. Which it would make more sense if these were white settlers, given that it's New England. And so it sounds like they're white people taking shit from the natives, profiting off of it, and then the religion that this particular tribe follows is it's the one of Dagon, so it turns out to actually be kind of bloody and kind of crazy and kind of fucked up in that way. This particular tribe basically satisfies its, like, death cult wish, and another person from a local tribe comes to the town and is like, oh yeah, no, all of them are dead. Wait, no, they kill them. The other tribes come in and they're like, oh no, these people have gone crazy, and so they, like, wipe them out, and then the people of Innsmouth start to stagnate because they don't have the tribespeople gathering the material that they're then stealing and smelting down and making profit off of. And so then when the cult itself dies, Dagon comes back around and is like, okay, somebody owes me their due. You didn't pay me for the shit that I gave these people. You were not a part of the transaction. And so Dagon curses them. That's what turns them into the fish people. So it's a story about settlers who stole from the native people, getting tormented by that native tribe's ancient god. The allegory of the thing doesn't hit, I think, in the way that it is supposed to. Weird deals with Dagon. Yeah. I guess if you read it in this kind of a way that, like, the narrator is, like, on the side of the people of Innsmouth and thought what they were doing was okay, but I think there's a couple of times when they're, like, they kind of mention that that kind of dealing is quite unsavory or something along those lines, I'm pretty sure. So they seem to condemn the theft from the native tribes. They seem to condemn it. And so it's not... It's like, did the fish people of Innsmouth get their comeuppance? Because then the other thing about it is that you find out at the very end that the narrator is, like, a distant cousin of a family of people from Innsmouth and has, like, the Innsmouth eyes, that whole thing, which is fairly interesting, honestly. But it doesn't... I don't know. It doesn't hit for me. And I've asked another couple of people who were very interested in especially, like, horror books specifically and read a lot of Lovecraft. I was like, they're just like, I don't... Like, the metaphor doesn't hit, though. And they were like, yeah, no, it doesn't, actually. And I was like, okay, so I didn't read it wrong. I don't think it read it wrong. Again, I'm still willing to believe that Lovecraft intended it to be gross and racist and fucked up and everything, because, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean that he hit it on the head. It doesn't mean that he actually made the mark. That's kind of the whole thing, is that racist people aren't that smart. So... No, we're talking about books. We're allowed to talk about books in the Books channel. That was the only reason I humored that rabbit hole, is because I'm also always really interested in what other people think about that. Like, I read it! I swear to God, I read it! I was paying attention the whole time. I was taking notes. I read it on stream. I was confused. I was so confused. I was like, something about this literary analysis is not... It's not analyzing. I feel like something got missed, and it just always bugs me. I might be the only person that it bothers. I don't know. I gotta drink a bunch of water. I yacked again. Oh no. Ah. What terrible misfortunes will befall this man? That first sentence is so sad. It's just meant to symbolize not trusting me. Yeah, brother fucking missed that shit. He went to hit the nail and he fucking hit just fully into his hand. So missed the mark on that. That's so funny. I'm sorry. Like, obviously, Lovecraft was also, like, mentally ill and, like, fucked up in a bunch of different ways. And don't even get me started on the people who were in the spiritual movement, like, used him and also fucked with him. But those people were also racist, so, like, whatever mystical ancient curses that they actually uncovered, they all deserved. I am absolutely, like, it's worth giving him shit for stuff, I think. But this is especially one of those points that it's just like, if you can take the opportunity to remind people that the cognitive function of being a bigot is stupid, I think you should do it. I think you should do it. And if I have to use Lovecraft as an example for this, I'm gonna kick him while he's down. He's my favorite one to bully. I'm gonna hit the nail and found himself on the cross. That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm proud of you for that one. I haven't been this giggly on stream for a while. Oh my god. I'm having so much fun. I missed reading with everybody. Oh goodness. Alright, alright. Oh, it was the well. I was the well. Alright, I'm gonna start the paragraph over. This is just for future editing me. I'm gonna start the paragraph over. 3 days later, Nahum lurched into Ami's kitchen in the early morning, and in the absence of his host, stammered out a desperate tale once more, while Mrs. Pierce listened in a clutching fright. It was little Merwin this time. He was gone. He'd gone out late that night with the lantern and pail for water and had never come back. He'd been going to pieces for days and hardly knew what he was about, screaming at everything. There had been a frantic shriek from the yard then, but before the father could get to the door, the boy was gone. There was no glow from the lantern he had taken, and of the child himself, no trace. At the time, Nahum thought the lantern and pail were gone too, but when dawn came and the man had plodded back from his all-night search of the woods and fields, he found some very cautious things near the well. There was a crushed and apparently somewhat melted mass of iron, which had certainly been the lantern, while a bent bale and twisted iron hoop beside it. Both half-fused, seemed to hint at the remnants of the pail. Sorry, I thought I had a hiccup coming. Horrible timing. And that was all. Nahum was past imagining. Mrs. Pierce was blank, and Ami, when he had reached home and heard the tale, could give no guess. Merwin was gone, and there would be no use in telling the people around, who shunned all the gardeners now. No use either in telling the city people at Arkham, who laughed at everything. Thad was gone, and no, Merwin was gone. Something was creeping and waiting to be seen and felt and heard. Nahum would go soon, and when he wanted Ami to look after his wife and Zenas, if they survived him, it must all be a judgment of some sort, though he could not fancy what for, since he had always walked uprightly in the Lord's ways so far as he knew. For over 2 weeks, Ami saw nothing of Nahum, and then, worried about what might have happened, he overcame his fears and paid the gardener place a visit. There was no smoke from the great chimney, and for a moment the visitor was apprehensive of the worst. The aspect of the whole farm was shockishly gray, withering grass and leaves on the ground, vines falling and the brittle wreckage from the archaic walls and gables, and great bare trees clawing up at the gray November sky with a studied malevolence which Ami could not but feel had come from some subtle change in the tilt of the branches. But Nahum was alive, after all. He was weak and lying on a couch in the low-ceilinged kitchen, but perfectly conscious and able to give simple orders to Zenas. The room was deadly cold, and as Ami visibly shivered, the host shouted huskily to Zenas for more wood. Wood indeed was sorely needed, since the cavernous fireplace was unlit and empty, with a cloud of soot blowing about in the chill wind that came down the chimney. Presently Nahum asked him if the extra wood had made him any more comfortable, and then Ami saw what had happened. The stoutest cord had broken at last, and the hapless farmer's mind was proof against more sorrow. These poor fucking people, just relocate them, please. Just relocate them, please. My god. I gotta hydrate a lot. My throat got really dry. Questioning tactfully, Ami could get no clear data at all about the missing Zenus. In the well, he lives. In the well. He lives in the well, was all that the clouded father would say. Then there flashed across the visitor's mind a sudden thought of the mad wife, and he changed his line of inquiry. Nabby? Why, here she is, was the surprised response of poor Nam, and Ami soon saw that he must search for himself. Leaving the harmless babbler on the couch, he took the keys from their nail beside the door and climbed the creaking stairs to the attic. It was very close and noisome up there, and no sound could be heard from any direction. Of the 4 doors in sight, only one was locked, and on this he tried various keys on the ring he had taken. The 3rd key proved the right one, and after some fumbling, Ami threw open the low, white door. It was quiet, dark inside, for the window was small and half obscured by the crude wooden bars. Oh my god. Oh my god. And Ami could see nothing at all on the wide planked floor. The stretch was beyond enduring, and before proceeding further, he had to retreat to another room and return with his lungs filled with breathable air. Yeah, that's what happens when you just lock somebody in a fucking tiny room. My heart for this poor woman. When he did enter, he saw something dark in the corner, and upon seeing it more clearly, he screamed outright. Okay, you're safe. I don't have a scream sound effect on tab. You're safe. While he screamed, he thought a momentary cloud eclipsed the window, and a second later he felt himself brushed as if by some hateful current of vapor. Strange colors danced before his eyes, and had not a present horror numbed him, he would have thought of the globule in the meteor that the geologist's hammer had shattered, and of the morbid vegetation that had sprouted in the spring. As it was, he thought only of the blasphemous monstrosity which confronted him, and which all too clearly had shared the nameless fate of the young Thaddeus and the livestock. But the terrible thing about this horror was that it was very slowly and perceptibly moved as it continued to crumble. Ami would give me no added particulars to this scene, but the shape in the corner does not reappear in his tale as a moving object. Fucking bars! Holy shit, I like that line. But the shape in the corner does not reappear in his tale as a moving object. I'm shooketh. I'm shooketh. I am. Oh my god. Brother. Whew. Chills. Chills. I thought like my heart rate spiked for a second. Genuinely. Oh my god, could we have a heart rate monitor on a spooky, scary... Oh my god. Whew, okay, alright. We're good. There are things which cannot be mentioned, and what is done in common humanity is sometimes cruelly judged by the law. I gathered that no moving thing was left in that attic room, and that to leave anything capable of motion there would have been a deed so monstrous as to damn any accountable being to eternal torment. Anyone but a solid farmer would have fainted or gone mad, but Ami walked conscious through that low doorway and locked the accursed secret behind him. There would be no home to deal with now. He must be fed and tended and removed to some place where he could be cared for. Kruznik says it's lurk time. That might be the sign. Kruznik, might need my help with something. I told him he could come in here and we could hang out for a second. He just needs me to brush his hair. He has like super, super long hair. He just needs me to brush it before he heads to bed. I'm still proud of that one. It's a shitty little 3-frame animation, but I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. I don't care. My babe! My babe! Did you want me to take a break? It's your boundary. Oh. Okay, hold on, everybody. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. Kruzik does not want to be perceived in any way, shape, or form. I'll be gone for like just a minute. It'll be just a minute. I promise. I promise. We'll be back in just a minute. God, I love my mans. He's so cute. He's so cute. The internet always forgets, does it, Light Sombra? Does it? That'd be terrible if you were caught in 4 fucking K.
Got you. Got your ass on camera.
Also, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. Enjoy your raid lurk. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry if that one took a little bit longer. I was
just being cute with my honey.
I was just being cute with Krusnik. That's all.
That's all. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
You know what I remember from Pepperidge Farm? Those fucking chai cookies they did last month. I need another bag of those. And the pumpkin cookies, I'm gonna need another bag of those. I'm currently eating a muffin, but I still want those pumpkin cookies. Alright. It's blueberry banana, in case you were wondering. Sorry, I'm hyping myself up. We did not get very far. We did not get very far at all. I'm gonna try to read as much as I can. Oh my god, I was yakking so much before. This really is a challenge just to see how focused I can stay. With chat around, that's a difficult thing. Oh man. Okay. We left off at this paragraph. I don't actually know if you guys can, like, read any part of that. Yeah, you should be able to. Not on mobile. You can't do anything on mobile, though, so it's fine. That's fine. Okay. Alright. Commencing his descent of the dark stairs, Ami heard a thud below him. He even thought a scream had been suddenly choked off, and recalled nervously the clammy vapor which had brushed by him in that frightful room above. What presence had his cry and entry startled up? Halted by some vague fear, he heard still further sounds below. Indubitably, there was a sort of heavy, dragging, and most detestably sticky noises of some fiendish and unclean species of suction. Oh my god. Oh my god. With an associative sense goaded to feverish heights, he thought unaccountably of what he had seen upstairs. Big word. Unaccountably. 5. That's 5 syllables. 5-ish. 5-ish. I forget how to do that, right? Good God! Sorry, this is supposed to be a dramatic reading. Hold on. He thought unaccountably of what he had seen upstairs. Good God! What eldritch dream was this into which he had blundered? He dared move neither backward nor forward, but stood there trembling in the black curve of the box-in staircase. Every trifle of the scene... Triflin'! It came back around! Every trifle of the scene burned itself into his brain. The sounds, the sense of dread, expectancy, the darkness, the steepness of the narrow steps and merciful heaven. The faint but unmistakable luminosity of all the woodwork in sight. Steps, sides, exposed laths, and the beams alike. Then there burst forth frantic whinny from Ami's horse outside, followed at once by a clatter which told of frenzied runaway. In another moment, the horse and buggy had gone beyond earshot, leaving the frightened man on the dark stairs to guess what had sent them. But that was not all. There had been another sound out there, a sort of liquid splash, liquid water. It must have been the well. He had left Hero untied near it, and Buggy Wheel must have gotten brushed and copied and knocked it to stone. And still the pale phosphorescence glowed in that detestably ancient woodwork. God, how old the house was. Most of it was built before 1670, and the gambrel roof was no later than 1730. A feeble scratching on the floor downstairs now sounded distinctively, and Ami's grip tightened on a heavy stick he had picked up in the attic for some purpose. Slowly, nerving himself, he finished his descent and walked boldly towards the kitchen, but he did not complete the walk, because what he sought was no longer there. It had come to meet him, and it was still alive after a fashion. Whether it had crawled or whether it had been dragged by an external force, Ami could not say, but the death had been at it. Everything had happened in the last half hour, but collapse, graying, and disintegration were already far in advanced. There was a horrid brittleness, and dry fragments were scaling off. Ami could not touch it, but looked horrifiedly into the distorted parody of what had been a face. "What was it? No, what was it?" he whispered, and the cleft, bulging lips were just able to crackle out one final answer. "Nothing. Nothing. The color, it burns. Cold and wet, but it burns. You lived in the well. I see it. A kind of smoke, just like the flowers last spring. The well shone at night. That and Mary and Zinnis. Everything alive. Sucking the life out of everything. In that stone. It must have come in that stone. Poisoned the whole place. Don't know what it was. That round thing them men from the college dug out of the stone. They smashed it. It was the same color. Just the same like the flowers and the plants. Must have been more of seeds. Seeds. They growed. I seen it the first time this week. Must have got strong on Zinnis. He was a big boy full of life. It beats down your mind and it gets in you, burns you up in the well water. You were right about that. Evil water. Zinnis never came back from the well. Can't get away. It draws you. It knows something's coming, but that ain't no use. I've seen it time and again. Zinnis was took. Winners is Nabi, Ami. My head's no good. Don't know how long, except I fed her. It'll get her and we ain't careful. Just a color. Her face is getting to have the color sometimes towards the night. And it burns and sucks. It come from a place where things ain't and as they hear. One of them professors said so. He said it was right. Look out on me. It'll do something more. It sucks the life out of. But that was all. That which spoke could speak no more because it had completely caved in. Ami laid a red, checkered tablecloth over what was left and reeled out the back door to the fields. He climbed the slope to the 10-acre pasture and stumbled home by the north road and the woods. He could not pass that well from which his horse had run away. He had looked at it through the window, and had seen that no stone was missing from the rim. Then the lurching buggy had not dislodged anything after all. The splash had been something else, something which went into the well after it had done with poor Nahum. When Ami reached his house, the horse and buggy had arrived before him and thrown his wife into fits of anxiety. Reassuring her without explanations, he set out at once to Arkham and notified the authorities that the Gardner family was no more. He indulged in no details, but merely told of the deaths of Nahum and Nabi, and of Thaddeus being already known, and mentioned that the cause seemed to be the same of the strange ailment that had killed the livestock. He also stated that Merwin and Zenas had disappeared. There was considerable questioning at the police station, and, in the end, Ami was compelled to take 3 officers to the Gardner farm. Together with the coroner, the medical examiner, and the veterinary who had treated the diseased animals, he went much against his will, for the afternoon was advancing, and he feared the fall of night over that accursed place. But it was some comfort to have so many people with him. Sorry, I gotta rehydrate. I always conjure actual tears when I'm trying to read a sad line. I can't help it. More of that, like, heavy-hearted individual kind of thing. I just cry very easily. I can't help it. The 6 men drove out in a Democrat wagon. I can't read that earnestly. Sorry, times have changed. The 6 men drove out in a wagon, following Ami's buggy, and arrived at the pest-ridden farmhouse at about 4 o'clock. Excuse me. Used as the officers were to gruesome experiences, not one remained unmoved at what was found in the attic and under the red checkered tablecloth on the floor below. The whole aspect of the farm, with its gray desolation, was terrible enough, but those 2 crumbling objects were beyond all bounds. No one could look at them, and even the medical examiner admitted that there was very little to examine. Specimens could be analyzed, of course, so he busied himself in obtaining them here and there. And here it develops the very puzzling aftermath occurred at the college laboratory, where the 2 phials of dust were finally taken. Under the spectroscope. God, that's a hard one for me. Under the spectroscope, both samples gave off an unknown spectrum, in which many of the baffling bands were precisely like those what the strange meteor had yielded in the previous year. The property of admitting the spectrum vanished in a month. The dust thereafter consisted mainly of alkaline phosphates and carbonates. Ami would not have told the men about the well if he had thought they meant to do anything then and there. It was getting towards sunset, and he was anxious to be away. But he could not help glancing nervously at the stony curb by the great sweep, and when a detective questioned him, he admitted that Nahum had feared something down there, so much so that he had never even thought of searching it for Merwin or Zenas. After that, nothing would do. That they empty and explore the well. After that, nothing would do, That's just a funny old English one. That's just a funny old English one. I'm gonna read it differently. I'm gonna do it. You can't stop me. After that, nothing would stop them from emptying the well and exploring it immediately. So Ami had to wait, trembling, while the pail after pail of rank water was hauled up and splashed on the soaking ground outside. The men sniffed in disgust at the fluid, and towards the last held their noses against the photor they were uncovering. It was not so long a job as they had feared it would be, since the water was phenomenally low. There is no need to speak so exactly of what they found. Merwin and Zenas were both there, in part, though the vestiges were mainly skeletal. There were also small deer and a large dog in the same state, and a number of bones of smaller animals. The ooze and slime at the bottom seemed inexplicably porous and bubbling. A man who descended on handholds with a long pole found that he could sink the wooden shaft into any depth in the mud of the floor without meeting any solid obstructions. Twilight had fallen now, and lanterns were brought from the house. Then, when it was seen and nothing further could be gained from the well, everyone went indoors and conferred in the ancient sitting room while the intermittent light of a spectral half-moon played wanly on the gray desolation outside. The men were frankly nonplussed at the entire case and could find no convincing common element to link the strange vegetative condition, the unknown disease of livestock and humans, and the unaccountable deaths of Merwin and Zenas in the tainted well. Excuse me, pardon me, one moment. Ooh, you know what I should have? I should have something really cold after stream. I've been having a lot of, like, hot tea. I want some cold. Something to soothe the vocal cords. Where was I? Why do I keep forgetting to, like, click where I'm leaving off in the paragraph? I keep doing that. Oh. They had heard the common country talk. It is true, but could not believe that anything contrary to natural law had occurred. No doubt the meteor had poisoned the soil, but the illness of the persons and the animals who had eaten nothing grown in that soil was another matter. Was it the well water? Very possibly. It might be a good idea to analyze it, but what peculiar madness could have been made both boys jump into the well? Their deeds were so similar, and the fragments showed that they had both suffered from gray, brittle death. Why was everything so gray and brittle? It was the coroner, seated near a window overlooking the yard, who first noticed the glow about the well. Night had fully set in, and all the abhorrent ground seemed faintly luminous with more than the fitful moonbeams. But this new glow was something definite and distinct, and appeared to shoot up from the black pit like softened ray from a searchlight, giving dull reflections in the little round pools where the water had been emptied. It had a very queer color, and all the men clustered around the window. Ami gave a violent start, for this strange beam of ghastly miasma was to him, completely unintentionally, the intro that I wrote to stream today is very in line with all of this. I swear to God, unintentionally so. He had seen that color before and feared to think of what it might mean. He had seen it in the nasty, brittle globule of that aerial light 2 summers ago, and had seen it in the crazy vegetation of the springtime had thought he had seen it in that instant, that very morning against the small barren window of that terrible attic room where nameless things had happened. Nameless things such as decay. It had flashed there a sound, and a clammy and hateful current of vapor had brushed past him, and then poor Nahum had been taken by something of that color. That's what makes it sound suspicious, that line, but, like, it's literally, like, indescribable color, something... It's gotta be, like, iridescent, essentially, something that's, like, every color at the same time, but then also reflects, like, white light, and it's scattered, and it's just, man, Lovecraft could just not handle the gaze, the glitter, the glam. He couldn't do it. It's honest to God, like, I think he died in the 30s, right? Oh God, he would not have survived the 40s. Oh, good heavens, no. No. He had said so at last, said it was the globule in the plants. After that, had come the runaway in the yard and the splash in the well, and now the well was belching forth to the night, a pale, insidious beam of the same demoniac, that's a new word to me. I must know. Demoniac. Just an alternate spelling. Oh, the only Wikipedia thing is the Lovecraft article. Okay. Lovecraft had his typos canonized. What a goober. Oh shit, who's gonna get the star? No, nobody got it. I want somebody to get it as it like swoops low. Nicholas, are you gonna get the star? Nope. Brain cell fucking missed you, bro. Brain cell fucking missed you, bro. Oh my god. It's so fucking funny. I love that. I love it. Stream Avatars has got to be one of the best $15 purchases I have ever made. Well, shit. Well, shit. You got it. Oh, wait, did you not get it? Aww. That's why you shouldn't covet things. Other people will covet them too, and then they'll beat your ass for them. God damn it, what page are we on? Oh, good God. Oh, it's the last 10 pages. It's the last 10 pages, everybody. Holy. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're getting through. Okay. Sorry. This is the gayest spelling of demonic, by the way. This is the queerest shit I've ever seen. Herbert. It does credit to the alertness of Ami's mind that he puzzled even at the tense moment over a point which was essentially scientific. He could not but wonder at his gleaning of the same impression from a vapor glimpsed in the daytime, against a window opening on the morning sky, and from a nocturnal exhalation seen as a phosphorescent mist against the black and blasted landscape. It wasn't right, it was against nature, and he thought of those terrible last words of his stricken friend. It come from some place where things ain't as they is here. One of them professors said so. All 3 horses outside, tied to a pair of shriveling saplings by the road, were now neighing and pawing frantically. The wagon driver started for the door to do something, but Ami laid a shaky hand on his shoulder. Don't go out there, he whispered. There's more to this nor we... I forget the New England kind of reading of stuff is very different than, like, the Southern... Is the word honorific? I think? No, that's not the right word. What am I thinking? The little, like, abbreviated words to show accent. You read them differently in New England than you do in Texas. Very differently. Fuck it! Everybody's Texan now. There's more than what we know. Nam said something. Lived in the well that sucks your life out. He said it must be something growed from the round ball like one we all seen at the meteor stone that fell a year ago in June. Sucks and burns, he said, and it's just a cloud of color like the light out there now that you can hardly see and can't tell what it is. Num thought it feeds on everything living and gets stronger all the time. He said he's seen it this last week. It must have been something far away off in the sky like the men from the college last year says the meteor stone was. The way it's made and the way it works ain't like no way God's world. It's something from far beyond. Yeah, that was better. I liked that way more. So the men paused indecisively as the light from the well grew stronger, and hitched horses pawed and whinnied in increasing frenzy. It was truly an awful moment, with terror in that ancient and accursed house itself. 4 monstrous sets of fragments, 2 from the house and 2 from the well in the woodshed behind, that shaft of unknown and unholy iridescence. Sorry, there's a particular way that erotic comics are censored. I was very indicative to that image in my head. Fucking, yes, it was because the word shaft was used. Shut up. Shut up. Where did that? Oh no, slimy depths. I gotta read the whole thing. I gotta read it from the top. I gotta read it from the top. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I gotta read it from the top. With terror in that ancient and accursed house itself, 4 monstrous sets of fragments, 2 from the house and 2 from the well in the woodshed behind, and that shaft of unknown and unholy iridescence from the slimy depths in front. Oh, wooga. Ami had restrained the driver on impulse, forgetting how uninjured he himself was after the clammy brushing of that colored vapor in the attic room. But perhaps it is just as well. Sorry, I'm still laughing about it. But it is just as well that he acted as he did. No one will ever know what was abroad that night, and though that blasphemy from beyond that not so far hurt any human of unweakened mind, there is no telling what it might not have done at the last moment, and with its seemingly increased strength and the special signs of purpose it was soon to display beneath the half-clouded, moonlit sky. All at once one of the detectives at the window gave a short, sharp gasp. The others looked at him, and then quickly followed his own gaze upward to the point at which its idle strain had been suddenly arrested. There was no need for words. What had been disrupted in country gossip... Disputed? What had been disputed in country gossip was disputable no longer, and it is because of the thing which every man of that party agreed in whispering later on that the strange days never talked about in Arkham. This literally is just like alien UFO encounter. Like, you could put this story in any time, including modern day, and just like slightly alter the setting just like a little bit, and it's just like good old classic alien invasion shit. There's literally a group of men, literally a group of people who have high authority to speak on things in society. Men. All looking out, being like, I cannot deny the thing that's in front of me, and it's a fucking UFO. Good job, Lovecraft. God, Lovecraft, fucking rest in peace, Herbert. He would have loved the Greys. Do you think they all went to Waffle House or IHOP after this? Oh man, or Denny's. These guys seem like Denny's folks to me. I think people in like the New England area, that's more Denny's country, isn't it? Isn't it? I like Jim's Diner personally, but that might just be a Texas thing. It is necessary to premise that there was no wind at that hour of the evening. One did arise not long afterward, but there was absolutely none then. Even the dry tips of the lingering hedge mustard, gray and blighted, and the fringe on the roof of the standing wagon were unstirred, and yet, amid that tense, godless calm, the high, bare boughs of all the trees in the yard were moving. They were twitching morbidly and spasmodically. Oh, that's a fun word. Spasmodically. Spasmodically. Clawing in convulsions and epileptic madness at the moonlit clouds, scratching impotently in the noxious air as if jerked by some alien and bodiless lines of linkage. There's the alien part. And bodiless line of linkage with subterranean horrors writhing and struggling below the black roots. So cool. So cool. So cool. Not a man breathed for several seconds. When the cloud of dark depth passed over the moon and the silhouette of clutching branches faded out momentarily. At this, there was a general cry, muffled with awe, but husky and almost identical from every throat. For the terror had not faded from with the silhouette, and it was a fearsome instant of deeper darkness the watchers saw wriggling at the treetop height 1,000 tiny points of faint and unhallowed radiance, tipping each bough like the fire of St. Elmo or the flames that came down on the apostles' heads at Pentecost. It was a monstrous constellation of unnatural light, like a glutted swarm of corpse-fed fireflies dancing hellish cerebrands over an accursed marsh, and its color was the same nameless intrusion which Ami had come to recognize and dread. All the while, the shaft of phosphorousness from the well was getting brighter and brighter, bringing to the minds of the huddled men a sense of doom and abnormality which far outraced any image of their conscious minds could form. It was no longer shining out. It was pouring out. And as the shapeless stream of unplaceable color left the well, it seemed to flow directly to the sky. The veterinary shivered and walked to the front door to drop the heavy extra bar across it. Ami shook. Oh, wait. Sorry. I should be making sound effects where I can. The veterinary walked to the front door to drop the heavy bar across it. There we go. Ami shook no less and had to tug and point for lack of controllable voice when he wished to draw notice to the growing luminosity of the trees. The neighing and stampeding of the horses had become utterly frightful, but not a soul in that group. I need a desk that doesn't shake as much so I can just, grab you guys without having to worry about stuff falling over. Put my hands on you. The neighing and stamping of the horses had become utterly frightful, but not a soul of that group in the house would have ventured forth for an earthly reward. With the moments of the shining trees increased while their restless branches seemed to strain more and more towards verticality, the wood of the well swept and was shining now. Why is it so phallic? Why is it literally coming into the sky? Oh my god. And presently a policeman dumbly pointed to some wooden sheds and beehives near the stone wall on the west. They were commencing to shine too, though the tethered vehicles of the visitors seemed so far unaffected. Then there was a wild commotion and clopping in the road, and as Ami quenched? Yep, that's the word. Quenched the lamp for better seeing, he realized that the span of frantic grays had broken their sapling and rung off with the wag. Wait, what? Considering the fact I mentioned the gray aliens a second ago, my brain read that completely wrong. Okay. Question. He grabbed the lamp, made it brighter. Span of frantic grays. Span of frantic grays? Is he actually... Wait. Is the color out of space where we get the grays from? I didn't know that. If that's true, I didn't know that. Oh my god. Is he actually talking about little things, or is he just talking about the gray stuff that's out there? Everything's fucking gray, Herbert! You've said it 12 times. And just run off with the wagon. That is also just kind of funny to picture a bunch of gray aliens just hijacking the wagon. Man, this thing's horsepower. That's crazy. The shock served to loosen several tongues, and embarrassed whispers were exchanged. It spreads on everything organic. Oh wait, this is probably the, It spreads on everything organic that's been around here, muttered the medical examiner. No one replied, but the man who had been in the well gave a hint that his long pole must have stirred up something intangible. It was awful, he added. There was no bottom at all, just ooze and bubbles and the feeling of something lurking under there. Ami's horse still pawed and screamed deafeningly in the road outside and nearly drowned out its owner's faint quaver as he mumbled his formless reflections. It come from that stone. It growed down there. It got everything living. It fed itself on a mind and body. Thad and Murney, Zennis and Nabby, Nahum was the last. They all drunk the water. It got strong on 'em. It comes from beyond, where things ain't like they are here.
Now it's going home.
Did I just not know that the color out of space is just close encounters of the... Did I not know that? Am I stupid? You can say yes in this case. I think it would be fair. I hadn't read it before and nobody had said anything about it. But now I'm curious. I want to do like an actual like literary history deep dive. Okay, hold on. I gotta... Hold on. History of... Oh, I have caps lock on. Alien encounter stories. Okay, I have my... What are you holding on to? Keep your hands to yourself, you little hooligans! Sorry, that one was stupid. That one was stupid. I couldn't even keep that up for myself. I'm very curious now. I'm very curious now if because this is so like I have an affinity for the classic like alien invasion slash alien abduction kind of stories. Like it is the Greys, the UFOs, the like things that those kinds of stories play into. Stuff from like the 60s and 70s when we were really exploring those kinds of concepts and everything. This just has like all of the meaty bullet points of that kind of thing. Usually there's some kind of environmental damage from the alien presence. There's like there are a lot of stories kind of technically like E.T. where you're following one specific family, though you see this whole community ultimately get affected by the alien presence and everything. And now they're literally having like there's like completely supernatural things happening that can't be explained by anything. There was something living in the well, like everything feels kind of initially supernatural, but then it's just like, well, this obviously this could just be like just alien shit. It's just alien shit. That's the supernatural stuff that Lovecraft writes about, is just esoterically, technologically advanced alien species. That's it. That's why it meshes so well. So I'm just curious if, like, you know, like when he wrote this, was he like thinking that? Was he thinking about that? Or are all these things just stuff that, like, we drew on later? Did he get these ideas from anywhere? I'm curious. I'm curious. I'll stop getting distracted, I'm sorry. Gominna, sorry. At this point, the column of unknown color flared suddenly stronger and began to weave itself into the fantastic suggestions of shape which each spectator later described differently. There came from poor tethered hero such a sound as no man before or since ever heard from a horse. Every person in that low-pitched sitting room stopped his ears, and Ami turned away from the window in horror and nausea. This it's, I mean, something else that gets played with is, like, people's cars getting fucked up and, like, the buggies or the... It's the fucking, like, 1910 version of that, obviously. Words could not convey... Sorry, I'm fucking cackling. Words cannot convey it. When Ami looked out again, the hapless beast lay huddled inert in the moonlight, ground between the splintered shafts of the buggy that was the last of Hero till they buried him the next day. But the present was no time to mourn, for almost at this instant a detective silently called attention to something terrible in the very room with them. Oh, haunting. Haunting. Fuck you, that's haunting. In the absence of the lamplight, it was clear that a faint phosphorescence had begun to pervade the entire apartment. That's what my bloom effect is on this model. It's just fucking interstellar phosphorescence. That's how you can tell that I'm not of this world. I glow.
It glowed on the broad planked floor and the fragment of rag carpet. It shimmered over the sashes of small paned windows. It ran up and down the exposed corner posts. Coruscated? Coruscated? About the shelf and mantel and infected the very doors and furniture. Okay, wait. Wait, what do you mean then? What does you mean? I guess I'm being silly. I'm being silly.
Always just Control V, Control Z.
Flash or sparkle? Oh, I thought it was going to be another spooky word. Damn. Each minute saw it strengthen, and at last it was very plain that healthy living things must leave that house. Get the fuck out of here. You haven't been taken yet. Leave. Everything else that's like dead or half dead, fuck you. Not interested. Goodbye. Ami showed them the back door and the patch up through the fields of the 10-acre pasture. They walked and stumbled as in a dream and did not dare look back till they were far away on the high ground. They were glad of the path, for they could not have gone the front way by the well. By that well. By that well. It was bad enough that passing the glowing barn and sheds, those shining orchard trees with their gnarled, fiendish contours, but thank heaven the branches did their worst twisting high up. The moon went under some very black clouds as they crossed the rustic bridge over Chapman's Brook, and it was blind groping from there to the open meadows. Don't grope the trees too hard. Please, it's impolite. When they looked back towards the valley and the distant Gardner Place at the bottom, they saw a fearsome sight. All the farm was shining with the hideous unknown blend of color. Trees, building, and even such the grass and herbage as had not been wholly changed to the lethal gray brittleness. The boughs were all straightened skyward, tipped with tongues of foul flame, and lambent trickling of the same monstrous fire were creeping about the ridgepoles of the house, barn, and sheds. It was a scene from a vision of Fuseli, and over the rest reigned that riot of luminous amorphousness. That's fine. That alien and undimensioned rainbow of cryptic poison from the well, seething, feeling, lapping, reaching, scintillating. That's, oh my god. No, I'm doing that again. I really like, these are the lines that I like. These are the lines from Lovecraft that I like. I think these ones are like the most punchy usually. It was a scene from a vision of Fuseli, and over the rest reigned that riot of luminous amorphousness. That alien and undimensional rainbow of cryptic poison from the well, seething, feeling, lapping, reaching, scintillating, straining, and mangling, bubbling in its cosmic, unrecognizable chromaticism. Woo! That's fun. Whew, that's fun to read. Then, without warning, the hideous thing shot vertically up towards the sky like a rocket or meteor, leaving behind no trail and disappearing through a round and curvaceous, regular hole in the clouds. Sorry, it's curiously regular hole, not curvaceous. We're on the last 4 pages. I'm fucking snapping. Oh my god. This is taking its own toll on my sanity. The UFO, sorry, IBU fucking pierced the hole in the clouds before the men could... No watcher can ever forget that sight, and Ami stared blankly at the stars of Cygnus, Deneb twinkling above the others, where the unknown color had melted into the Milky Way. But his gaze was the next moment called swiftly to the earth by the crackling in the valley. It was just that, only a wooden rippling and crackling, not an explosion as so many others of the party vowed, yet the outcome was the same.
For in one feverish, kaleidoscopic instant, there burst up from the doomed and accursed farm a gleaming, eruptive cataclysm of unnatural sparks and substance, blurring the glance of the few who saw it and sending forth to the zenith a bombarding of cloud burst of such colored and fantastic fragments as our universe must needs disown. Through quickly reclosing vapors, they followed the great morbidity that had vanished, and in another second they had vanished too. Behind and below was only a darkness to which the men dared not return, and all about was a mounting wind which seemed to sweep down in black, 4 gusts from the interstellar space. It shrieked and howled and lashed the fields and distorted woods in the mad cosmic frenzy, till soon the trembling party realized it would be no use waiting for the moon to show what was left down there at Noms. Too awed even to hint theories, the 7 shaking men trudged back towards Arkham by the road. Ami was worse than his fellows and begged them to see him inside his own kitchen instead of keeping straight on to town. He did not wish to cross the nighted, wind-whipped woods alone to his home on the main road, for he had added a shock that the others were spared and was crushed forever with a brooding fear he dared not even mention for many years to come. And the rest of the watchers on that tempestuous the hill stolidly set their faces towards the road. Ami looked back in an instant at the shadowed valley of desolation so lately sheltering his ill-starred friend, and from that stricken faraway spot he had seen something feebly rise, only to sink down again upon the place from which the great shapeless horror had shot into the sky. It was just a color, but not any color of earth or heavens, and because Ami recognized that color, he knew that this last faint remnant must still lurk down there in the well. Still lurk down there in that well. He has never been quite right since then. Ami would never go near that place again. It is over half a century now since the horror happened, but he has never been there and will be glad when the new reservoir blots it out. I shall be glad too, for I do not like the way the sunlight changed color around the mouth of that abandoned well I passed. I hope the water will always be very deep, but even so, I shall never drink it. I do not think I shall visit the Arkham country hereafter. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Okay, so our No, we're almost done. We're almost done. You're fucked. I do not think I shall visit the Arkham country hereafter. 3 of the men who had been with Ami returned the next morning to see the ruins by daylight, but there were not any real ruins, only the bricks of the chimney, the stones of the cellar, some mineral and metallic litter here and there, and the rim of that nefandous well, save for Ami's dead horse, which they towed away and buried, and the buggy which they shortly returned to him. Everything that had ever been living had gone. 5 eldritch acres of dusty gray desert remained, nor has anything ever grown there since. To this day it sprawls open to the sky like a great spot, eaten by acid in the woods and fields, and the few who have ever dared glimpse it, in spite of the rural tales, have named it the Blasted Heath. The rural tales are queer. They might even be queer if the citymen and college chemists could be interested enough to analyze the water from that disused well, or the gray dust that no wind seems to ever disperse. Botanists, too, want to study the stunted flora on the borders of that spot, for they might shed light on the country notion that the blight is spreading little by little, perhaps an inch a year. People say that the color of the neighboring herbage is not quite right in the spring, and the wild things leave queer prints in the light winter snow. Snow never seems quite so heavy on the blasted heath as it is elsewhere. Horses, the few that are left in this motor age, grow skittish in the silent valley. The hunters cannot depend on their dogs too near the splotch of grayish dust. They say the mental influences are very bad, too. Numbers went queer in the years after Num's taking, and always they lacked the power to get away. When the stronger-minded folks all left the region, and only the foreigners tried to live in the crumbling old homesteads. They could not stay, though, and one sometimes wonders what insight beyond ours their wild, weird stores of whispered magic have given them. I want to come back to that line. I want to come back to that line specifically. Their dreams at night, they protest, are very horrible in that grotesque country, and surely the very look of the dark realm is enough to stir a morbid fancy. No traveler has ever escaped the sense of strangeness in those deep ravines, and are to shiver it to paint the thick woods whose mystery is as much of the spirit of the eye. I myself am curious about the sensation I derived from the one lone walk before Ami told me of his tale. When twilight came, I had vaguely wished some clouds would gather, for an odd timidity about the deep skyey voids above had crept into my soul. Do not ask me for my opinion. I do not know what that is all. I do not know, that is all. There is no one but Ami to question, for Arkham people will not talk about the strange days and all 3 professors who saw the aerial light and its colored globule are dead. There were other globules dependent upon that. One must have fed itself and escaped, and probably there was another which was too late. No doubt it is still down the well. I know there was something wrong with the sunlight I saw above that miasmal brink. The rustics say the blight creeps in an inch a year, so perhaps there is a kind of growth or nourishment even now. But whatever demon hatchling is there, it must be tethered to something, or else it would quickly spread. It is fastened to the roots of those trees that claw the air. One of the current Arkham tales is about a fat oaks that shine and move as they ought not to do so at night. What is it? Only God knows. In terms of matter, I suppose the thing Ami described would be called a gas, but this gas obeyed laws that are not of our cosmos. This is no fruit of such worlds and suns as shine on the telescopes and photographs plates of our observatories. This was no breath from the skies whose motions and dimensions our astronomers measure or deem too fast to measure. It was just a color out of space, a frightful messenger from unformed realms of infinity beyond all nature as we know it, from realms whose mere existence stuns the brain and numbs us with the black extra-cosmic gulfs it throws open before our frenzied eyes. I doubt very much if Ami consciously lied to me, and I do not think his tale was all a freak of madness, as the townsfolk had forewarned. Something terrible came to the hills and valleys on that meteor, and something terrible, though I know not what proportion, still remains. I shall be glad to see that water come. Meanwhile, I hope nothing will happen to Ami. He was so much of the thing, and its influence was so insidious. Why has he never been able to move away? How clearly he recalled those dying words of Nahum's. Can't get away. Draws you. You know something's coming, but it's no use. Ami is such a good old man. When the Reservoir Gang gets to work, I must write the chief engineer to keep a sharp watch on him. I would hate to think of him as the gray, twisted, brittled monstrosity which persists more and more in my troubling sleep.
The end.
The end. Oh my god, I love that. I love that one. That one's fantastic. Did you guys know that the third Sucker for Love game is inspired by The Color Out of Space? Did you know that? Well, you know it now. We're coming over here so I can kind of like cycle through everything and I don't have to worry about accidentally blinding everybody or just flashbangs, whatever. Where's that line? Where's that last line? Hold on. Okay, yeah, of course. As a Voices of the Void fan, I love the cosmic gulfs it throws open before our frenzied eyes. Fantastic. That line definitely hits. Definitely hits. Where did it go? Where did it go? I have lost it. Okay, wait. Here it is. Okay. They cannot stay, though, and one sometimes wonders what insight beyond ours their wild, weird stores of whispered magic have given them. He's referring to the, other people who have come to try to basically, like, settle on the land since everything happened. He would describe them as foreigners, but they could literally just be, like, German people, Polish people. Like, it's not... It could be anything. It's New England. It could be anybody. Cleanse your beastly idiocy. Do it. Do it. Learn of the tales of magic. This one is one of those few lines where he is talking about some kind of like paganistic belief, and it's like, oh, maybe you could read it as, oh, maybe their deeper understanding of the occult and esoterica gives them a easier way to understand this, but Lovecraft being like weird Christian Puritanly kind of stuff, like it's more than likely that it's just like, oh, they're tainted by witchcraft, that's why they can detect this more, they know what that evil looks like, which I think is just kind of stupid. It's just stupid, demonizing people for knowing what's going on. Okay, and then what was the other one? Oh, right, I'm absolutely going to be driven mad by this, but the fact that the surveyor, like, didn't tell them, they're putting in a water reservoir there. It's going to completely engulf the area that has the well in it, and so any, like, tainted underground water is just going to leach through, and he even admits to that. He's like, oh, I'm definitely not going to return to Arkham. 2, I'm not going to drink the water in Arkham. And it's like, you shouldn't put the reservoir there. The fuck is wrong with you? What a fucking dick. What a dick. What an asshole. I can't believe that. That is so terrible. Muffin. I like that though. That was really good. That was really fun. Big descriptors. In the writing style, it's incredibly Herbert. I'm not going to call it Lovecraftian. It's incredibly Herbert coded. Very, very Herbert coded. Definitely. I don't know if this came out before or after. Because what are the 3 that I've actually read are The Call of Cthulhu, Shadow over Innsmouth, and this one. I don't know what order they were written in, but maybe because this one is a shorter story. I think this is a little bit shorter than Call of Cthulhu, isn't it? Call of Cthulhu felt really long. It felt really long in comparison. But it feels like it's been trimmed down a little bit in comparison to a lot of the descriptors that there were in like the other works. So I don't know if that changed for the better. I don't know what order it came out. But it's fine. It's fine. I dig it. I dig it. That particular style is very cool. And I think The Color Out of Space, more than any other Lovecraft work, has definitely influenced like modern online horror storytelling. There's a lot of little things that like resonate through that didn't quite hit with Shadow over Innsmouth. And I don't think hit with like Cthulhu either, personally, but I don't know, there's something to... I think this one's my favorite. I think Color Out of Space is my favorite so far. I like it. It's very, very good. Alright, I'm looking for stuff about, like, the history of alien encounters and stuff like that. I don't even know where I would start, though. Oh god, I don't even know where I would start, though. It's the way that he describes the encounter itself. It has all of the themes and the dressing of the types of, like, alien encounters that you would see talked about, like, the 50s to the 70s and everything. Like, those particular, even just, like, the campfire stories kind of stuff. It's just like, oh, there was just this, like, family that was just, like, living out on their farmstead, and one night a meteor crashes in to the valley and starts to just, like, break apart and dissipate into the ground, and over the course of the next 2 years, or to however long, it'd probably be faster, you know. By the time we got to the 50s, our attention spans were starting to shorten. It would probably be like, over the course of the next few days, everything around them began to decay, and they descended into madness, and then they fucking ate each other, and then when the investigators came, they saw a bright, shining light in the sky. Like, it's got all the set dressing of that. So I don't know... I want to know, like, the strings of literary influence and everything. Because like, modern alien encounters are very media-centered. Very media-centered. and influenced. It's it's almost like people saw something in fiction that made them scared, and they had to kind of fill it in, you know? They had to do something with the fear. I had to do something with it. My god. I liked it, though. It was fun. It was fun. I hope everybody else enjoyed it, too. I was our first read stream for quite a while. I can't believe we went for 4 hours. Oh my god, guys, we went for 4 hours! Oh my god! I wonder what everybody else is doing. I don't hang out in writing and reading very often. Ooh, we got some people working on stuff. There is a lot of people who are just like, are just doing like, what's the word? Is it like mirroring? Where you work in proximity to somebody else who's working on something, and it helps you stay accountable, I guess. There's a lot of people who do stuff like that, which that's very cool. Very, very cool. How many cool people. There definitely weren't this many YouTubers whenever this... There definitely weren't this many YouTubers whenever this channel first popped up. That's funny, though. That's funny. A part of me wants to keep streaming, but my vocal cords will probably hate me tomorrow no matter what I do, so... Damn. Damn. Yeah, I think we're all good. I think I'll call it here. Thank you guys for spending some time with me. I hope everybody had fun. I hope we were all able to have a good time. I hope everybody took care of themselves. I hope everybody chilled out. I hope you liked it. I want to do more read stuff. I want to get back into the swing of it because it's a lot of fun. I made a bunch of organizational documents today about the different projects that I'm doing and how to balance out working on them and actually work on them in a timely and effective manner. I did the work today. So now I just have to stay accountable and keep that up. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. In the meantime, again, thank you all for joining me. If you would like to support us, please, as usual, consider following us here on Twitch, subscribing, even if you want to. You can use your Prime. That's apparently changing soon, but you can still do it, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. If you'd like to support us in other ways, we have links down in the description for all kinds of socials that you can follow us on. We have YouTube, our VOD channel, and my general channel for uploading whatever the fuck I feel like. We also have Instagram, Twitter, Blue Sky, sort of. Whatever the other ones are. If you'd also like to support us but aren't interested in subscribing here on Twitch, we do have direct donation link. We also have a Ko-Fi, Patreon, all kinds of stuff. And if you're a little freak, you should scroll down to the very, very, very bottom of the link tree. I think you'll find something pretty cool there. I will see you guys all on Friday. We're gonna play Voices of the Void or Fatal Frame. I haven't decided. We were supposed to play it on Monday, but I don't know. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. I want to play more of it. It was fun. Right. Discord. Join our Discord. Join our Discord. It's free. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. Join the Discord. It's free. Don't you me. Don't you me. Alright, good night, everybody. I'll see you guys later. Good night! Can you believe that our read stream was one of our longest ones recently? It almost went to fucking 5 hours.